5:02 p.m. Let's do a planning commission pre-meeting. I think we've got enough people. A lot on the agenda. Just starting from the top, any thoughts about the consent agenda? There's quite a bit on there. I'll just go down the list. Lachlan Hill. Anything on Lachlan Hill?
Just gonna whine that they're taking what was an apartment building and turning it into single-family houses.
Yeah, that's true.
Only half of the space for apartment buildings, right? There's still that big block for apartments
there?
left in it, right? Because we told them they couldn't do that.
We looked at it in July 2020, and I was trying to understand what happened from that conversation where we said we'd like to see at least some variety of option in housing to today. And is it just that it's all at the staff kind of level, but then comes up to us for, the sort of blessing?
Well, so, that came to you guys for a code interpretation from the subdivision, or from the PUD, whether it was a minor or major amendment. And it was deemed to be minor, the changes that they were requesting. And so, and that is the change from the apartment building to other units. And so then, this is the subdivision plat that would enact what they're trying to do. And it's a major subdivision because of the extension of utilities, and other such things. And so then you guys are the reviewing body for that.
I thought we landed on it would be a major change if they weren't to build apartments. But I also thought that this big thing was the half-acre parcel was apartments.
Well, that's still unknown at this point. So, it potentially could come back again. And if I'm mischaracterizing any of this, Brian should be here, when we get to the, 5:30, or at least listening in, so.
Anything more on Lachlan Hill? ZTA for 104 State.
A couple of questions about that.
Please.
Somebody remind me what an IPP is. That's like a historic preservation designation?
Yeah.
Okay. The BRA voted to deny it. Mr. Schwartz, why did the BRA opt to deny it?
So, we denied the demolition, because it's an IPP that council had declared it was valuable enough to protect. We did not rule on whether it should be an IPP or not.
Okay.
Just that we were handling
And what
it.
this document suggests is that we reverse it. It will no longer be an IPP, right?
Well, so, you wanna give him the spiel, Matt? He'll give you the spiel and see how it goes here.
Yes, so city council, though, did approve removing of the structure. So contingent on there being plans that are approved by some kind of body, either BAR or entrance corridor. But with them approving the demolition, there won't be anything for the IPP to protect. And so as part of the larger project, they have to go through both a zoning map amendment, which is initiated by an applicant. But for some reason in our code, we also list IPPs in a text. So you have to do a text amendment to remove it in both places, but that can only be initiated by planning commission or city council.
Right.
So, sorry.
You're probably going to ask the question I was going to answer. Go ahead.
So that contingency thing, right? Like, if the demolition's contingent on site plan approval, but then we remove it as an IPP when we do the map amendment, then isn't it then not an IPP, and so they can demolish it at any time?
Right.
Correct, but you can't go the other direction. Because if you went through the rezoning, you couldn't have just that IPP there. They would have to come back after getting all their approvals and go through a process to remove just the IPP.
Yeah.
So approving the removal of this thing from the list of IPP properties does not necessarily condemn this thing to be torn down. Keith could find a way to creatively reuse this.
Well, and also what the initiation is just to study it. All that's there tonight is just, should we study it? And by planning commission doing it, there's no clock. If city council initiated a study, you have 100 days, and that might not line up with. So by y'all doing it, it just would be able to fit with whenever the development comes along.
Anything more on Stadium Road?
Also worth the note that it's Woodward LLC because that's the street name, but it's not Woodard Properties. I think it's MFC that owns it, but then it's these guys who are coming to us later, Subtext, who are doing the development. Or Woodrow is what it is.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
That
pick on
confused, that's been throwing me for a loop a few times too.
Yeah, we're not gonna confuse that at all.
And this, minutes would also be on this item. Any concerns with minutes? Okay.
Is maybe you're gonna tell me.
Please. Okay. 218 West Market, public hearing. Anyone else, anything on that?
Did you all want to talk through, the JPA item?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask about.
Sure.
Is that a consent agenda item?
No.
No, it potentially could be, but we just want to make sure that everything is taken care of from a procedural standpoint. This one is coming back to you all again, in order to address a procedural concern that came up with the timing on the mailing that went to adjacent property owners. There is no other change to this application from the last time or the time before that it came forward. And Jeff will be here to give you a brief overview. The applicant will be here if there are any questions, and that's the process.
So we're off the consent, I mean, it's the ERB, not the planning
Correct,
commission
so
anyway.
there'll
it's
be the
not-
gavel in,
right,
gavel
right.
out.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, talk about confusing the consent agenda and if it was there,
Very brief.
right?
Yes,
Yes.
less than 3 minutes. He is aware of that and the heaviness of this agenda this evening.
Wonderful.
Did we send out the envelopes this time on time?
Everything has been done according to proper procedural.
Awesome.
And we have clarification from all sorts of people, so.
So our i's are crossed and our t's are dotted.
West Market, questions on this item? Looks pretty similar to what we had previously.
This is just a question of setback issues.
Step back.
And the bar is on board with that setback. Didn't have any issues with that, right?
Correct.
Questions on this one?
Very nice visualization of the apartment depth thing that complements my email this week. Appreciate the timing on that.
First item, zoning ordinance. Do we have an update on that one?
So we'll have a briefing report of where things are during the regular meeting. As soon as we'll see what kinds of questions we have on the agenda, and then I wanted to chat with you all briefly about confirming those work sessions that I was getting some feedback from you guys on. But James will give us an overview once we get to that piece of the meeting.
Great. JPA 104 Stadium preliminary discussion. Ideally, I'm thinking about 45 minutes, no more. Don't want to go too deep on that one. Hope you're.
Correct, so
Hopefully
the applicant in both of these cases has been instructed for 10-minute presentation, and then the opportunity for you all to have questions and feedback.
Just a logistical question. I mean, that, a site question. For the life of me, I was over there this morning and I could not find 409. Is that the UVA building right across the street from the,
You mean
409 Stadium?
104?
No, 409 Stadium Road.
Oh, there's no house there.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just
that's
an
why
empty
I'm
lot.
lying.
Is it also
It's taken because there's no building, it hasn't addressed with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you have to.
So you were there,
Looks like a couple of.
just weren't sure.
There's no way to load in the browser, but it is
Trash bins?
a huge pain in the ass. I've not been able to figure out how to like.
You know, I
roll
gotta
it
start
and
using
find
that.
way. It is terrible. I hate this thing.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Make sense? 2117 Ivy Road, preliminary discussion. Again, ideally no more than 45 minutes. I want to get us out of here before 10 PM if possible.
I'm just hoping Bill will be here, because this is gonna be one that I think we'll need guidance, they'll need guidance from Bill on.
Bill confirmed he'll be here this evening.
Has Bill ever missed a meeting? I feel like I've never.
Yeah,
I don't
actually,
remember
no,
Bill
he's
not
never
being-
missed it, because he's always on there if he can't be
Oh,
here.
yeah, true.
He's good. And that's everything I see here. Anything else that we want to discuss? I believe there will be.
I think we'll be exhausted by it.
Yeah, we might be pretty tired, but if you have an important issue to raise at the end, that is most welcome.
It sounds like we're comfortable with the consent agenda as is.
That's my sense.
I'm cool with it.
Would you be willing to make a motion on that? Ed?
Yeah, that's what I was
That would be very
thinking.
helpful. Thank you.
So, wait, it
what?
just occurred to me I didn't totally get understanding of the whole IPP thing. So when we do the text amendment, we're anticipating adopting it at the same time as the map amendment?
If the map amendment moved forward, yes, so that,
Yeah.
this is just a study to initiate this text, because the applicant can initiate their own map amendment with an application to amend the map, but they can't initiate an amendment to amend the actual text of the zoning code.
Yeah.
Only this body or city council can do that.
So we're acknowledging that is gonna override the contingent on site plan approval, because it won't be an IPP anymore, but we're saying zoning map amendment is probably enough, and we'll let them demolish it at that point, and they probably won't demolish it and do nothing or something.
Well, but if you left the IPP, so you could go through the scenario, if you leave the IPP, they go through a rezoning, get the rezoning, the IPP's there.
And then they have to
Now
go
that
through
portion
BAR.
has to go back to BAR, just the
Yeah.
portion of that development
Oh,
has to
yeah,
go back
that's
to
true.
BAR, so.
If the IPP stayed in the entire project, and it were part of the project, then the BAR would have design review.
Yeah,
So, but,
and we can't make, we
it's-
definitely can't make text
well,
amendment.
but it's an entrance
Contingent.
corridor on the other parcels.
Yep.
As part of the larger project, so it will have entrance corridor review, unless something happens there. So it will be one or the other. So the design review under this scenario will get us to where it's the entrance corridor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about that. it's just a weird
It
edge
is.
case of the contingent condition thing that they put on doesn't work with how this needs to happen, but
Well, and I
whatever,
mean,
I'm okay with it.
You know, it could,
It's,
if it wasn't initiated at this point, it could get pretty wonky down the road.
Yeah.
But again, this is only a decision to open the door to study it. It'll come, if something will happen, it'll come back forward at the proper time. We just don't know exactly when that will be.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I can jump in, please, on this.
Please,
Um,
who am I speaking with?
That's Ms.
This is Andrew McRoberts, Sands Anderson, Acting City Attorney.
Oh, yes, please.
Just to give you a little background on this, we worked with council because they were very concerned that there should be a review and should be an approval of something to replace, what's there now. And so it's envisioned that the IPP would be removed later at the appropriate time when the applicant comes forward with an application. I don't think it was intended to remove it from the text right now, but instead to wait for that application. And so when that comes, presumably at the end of the site plan process, or somewhere near it, at that point in time, the two can be synced up time-wise. And so, you do have the IPP in place. There is a review. There is a replacement site plan approved. And then at that point, all of that happens kind of in succession. But staff is absolutely right. What's being asked tonight is just simply, can we put it on a future agenda? And, that certainly seems supportable, as long as the understanding is it's not moving forward right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
This is 1000% a procedural thing. What we're trying to do.
Can I get a clarification on, so you said, there would be a review. Are you saying that council would like to have the BAR review this project when it becomes like the construction project?
We're reviewing it as ECRB.
Right, but I thought you were saying you'd leave the IPP status on until later on in the design process. Is council suggesting? The
Well,
BAR
these are either an entry corridor review or a BAR.
All right. And actually can be a follow-up question was, I know for the crossings, the SRO over on Fourth and Preston, I believe part of that, whatever process they had to go through to allow that building there, the requirement was that the BAR would review that. Is that something that can be tacked on as a condition to any sort of rezoning, or I wasn't sure how that worked, and if that may not be something that we want to do in this case, but I'm just kind of wondering is that something that is possible on.
Well, I mean, that one was adjacent to downtown, so there was the considerations from that perspective. And it wasn't in an entrance corridor, so it wouldn't have had any sort of other type of review. I guess it gets tricky in this case because it's an IPP. They're now approved to demo it only in tandem with a potential project. And does that potential project need review from BAR or entrance corridor, and which is gonna make the most sense?
Okay. And that was kind of one of my questions to the commission was going to be, does it make sense for the ERB to review that or the BAR, depending on what level of scrutiny we want on there?
Well, if I can sort of like just cut right through this, what you all are doing tonight is simply putting a placeholder for that.
I know this has nothing to do with,
Right,
I'm just thinking ahead.
Yeah, and I'm saying, so only council can remove the IPP, and this allows that option that if in those conditions, if something puts removing the IPP in ahead of it, at least we have options. Because I think ultimately, we're recognizing this is gonna be an entrance corridor project. But if it continues as such, and the IPP is still there, then it's a BAR project. But it's only to give, you all doing this is simply giving council some options as we go down the road. It's not committing anything, in my understanding.
Thank you, sir.
You don't trust our aesthetic judgment?
It seems like a more sensitive site.
Well, I mean, it's a challenge because there's not a specific district
Right.
No.
in that area concerning the BAR, so how do the guidelines apply?
I think.
It would be
yeah,
a
that would be
challenge.
difficult. We'd have to
Whereas the
somehow-
entrance corridor does, I mean, they do have some guidelines, but yeah, I mean, there are a lot of challenges, and I think kind of the key is providing those options down the road and the timing. But please note that we will not bring this independent of the actual development, because it would not make any sense, and I don't think either group would be supportive of it without the context of what is happening next.
Thank you. I see 10 minutes left before formal meeting begins. Do you have anything you want to discuss during that time? I would also be interested in a short break, but that sounds good.
Do you want to talk briefly about the work session
Oh, yes, please.
options? All right, so you all have a lot of flexibility in early July, and that is wonderful. The Thursday, the 13th, the evening meeting, it looks like we have everyone available for that. So that one's pretty clear. For the previous week, and we don't have Kareem with us yet. He's one of the factors there. I know we had, and he just came right in the door. I know we had a preference for a few folks for the evening opportunities, but we would miss out on at least one member if we did the evening opportunities on the week of the 5th of July. So if one of those lunchtime opportunities would work, we could get everybody on the 5th.
Carl, looks like we're not going to ACAC that day, are we?
Maybe
How did you
after?
know I was one of the people who prefer the evenings?
Well, you
Well, it was
right
you and
on
me.
spot. It was both of you guys.
Yeah, I can be flexible if necessary. So we're trying to do 2 work sessions is what you're doing.
We're trying to get it scheduled. We figure there is plenty to talk about. The first one, well, and I'll repeat this during the regular meeting for those who aren't listening quite yet. We know we need to finish the map change discussion that we had from before, but there are many other things that will likely need discussion, so we want to frame that time so you all don't have to rush. All right, so I will work on finalizing this with spacing and all of those things, but it looks like it'd be July 5th, the Wednesday lunchtime. And then Thursday, July 13th in the evening.
Done.
That's cool.
Thank you guys for assisting with that.
So yeah, blowing my excuse. Let everyone know what's up.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
5 minutes.
5-minute break, returning at 5:30. Thank you. Indeed. Looking back back there.
Just had a minor heart attack.
It's a bad feeling.
Yes.
For sure.
Strange place to put your phone.
What do you read your email?
Okay.
I see 5:32 PM. Welcome all to the Charlottesville Planning Commission meeting for June 13th. Dun, dun, dun. I hope you're not afraid of the number 13. Busy agenda. I would like to start with commissioner reports. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off, please?
Yes, let's see, there were 2 or 3 meetings last month. The, let me find my page, Parks and Rec, we met, and there were 2 discussions. One discussion was led by Peggy Vanyeres, and that was another chat about the Grove. I talked about the Grove at our last meeting. And again, that is a place of reflection to honor local community leaders. Sent you guys a PowerPoint, so I won't go into detail, but check it out. It is different from the other one that I sent you, but a little more detail. There was also a presentation from the executive director of the Botanical Gardens at Piedmont. And again, that's a 15-acre project that's located in McIntyre East. You guys have the PowerPoint of that, so I won't go into detail either. LUPEC met, and there were 2 major discussions. Again, you guys have the PowerPoint on those, so I won't go into detail. But the discussions were regarding the water supply plan and also what's going on with the UVA grounds and the framework plan and any progress being made. The BZA met, and there was one applicant. The applicant lived on Rialto Street, and what they wanted to do is reduce the, have a variance to reduce the setback from 5 feet to 0 feet. The objective is to replace an awning that is breaking down, in disrepair. That awning's been there forever, prior to probably the setback being there. At any rate, they want to take it down and put up a new awning, and the BCA unanimously approved that.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to, sorry, one moment, getting myself together here. I was all excited about that. Mr. Duranzio, please.
Yes, sir. A couple of things to bring folks up to speed on. HAC met on 5/17. It was primarily a sort of process-type discussion of how to organize the new HAC going forward. However, it was one of the first public appearances of our new housing program manager, Antoine Williams, who ran that meeting, considering that he had barely had time to set up the obligatory picture of his family and find for the bathroom, as he did an excellent job of that since his arrival, I mean, a few days before, I guess. There was I was instructed by the chair, ordered by Chair Johnson, to once again bring to the attention of the chair of the Planning Commission and to the mayor the HAC's interest and need to be involved in the sensitive communities discussion. So consider yourself attention called. And there was a discussion of the status of, and perhaps reviving the land bank, and there's going to take some interest in looking at the existing draft ordinance. And then there was a conversation briefly about the mayor's discussion with the commission back in March at the work session, and my comments regarding financing in RA, and a subsequent conversation where I promised to produce a memo. HAC wants to look at that. So that's that. The next meeting is the 21st. We're gonna try to figure out the bylaws, it looks like, and bring some of this stuff home. Charlottesville Plan Together met on 5/24. And that, again, somebody raised a question about producing affordable housing in RA, and I mentioned that aforementioned memo, so apparently I'm actually going to have to write it. And I'll defer the rest of that to you, since I'm metaphysically certain your notes were better on that meeting than mine were. And then the third thing is, and I don't have anything other than that isn't already available, but CDGB Home has got some stuff on the horizon for an additional $340,000 coming down the pike in homes/ARP funds that is pointed to 60% AMI affordable housing that can be either shovel-ready and dealt with within 24 months, or the program fully deployed in 24 months. And next week, the Office of Community Solutions is holding a seminar/invitational meeting on the process for applying for these funds. That's what I have.
Thank you. Mr. Above?
Thanks, Chair. There were two meetings since last. I missed the first one. It was the Citizen Transportation Advisory Committee. I was out of the country. It was May 17th, but I do have an announcement from CTAC that the moving towards 2050 long-range transportation plan is launching a public survey on June 13th to get public feedback on that.
That's today.
Yeah, that's today. And I believe the link will be posted on social, it's been on social media and the website from the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. I don't know if I said that in the right order, but the second meeting I had was the Tree Commission. That was last Tuesday. A few things to note from that meeting. There was an update on the RFP for the downtown tree replacement plan has been received and is being evaluated. And the work is going to get started on invasive plant control in July, and it's going to target the John Warner Parkway, Fry Springs, and a few other areas around town. Another big piece of news from the Tree Commission is that a grant was submitted to the Inflation Reduction Act for $300,000 that will help, if we receive it, will help fund the urban forest management plan and a reassessment of our urban forest. I think our last study was from 2018, so it's a little outdated at this point. And part of that, in anticipation of receiving those funds, the Education and Advocacy Subcommittee of the Tree Commission is analyzing 7 other Virginia cities and how they manage their urban forests to see what lessons we can learn from that. And another thing we looked at was the comprehensive tree list that's being put together. It's going to hopefully tie into Module 2 and the coverage requirements. It'll be an easy access resource for people to look at and see what trees can meet different criteria that we are requiring. And the last thing is there was some discussion on how we measure when it comes to the permitting and the requirement for the 15-inch caliper that we had on the trees. There was some discussion on what that measure should be and if we should change that. And that's an ongoing discussion. I think the best practice that was suggested to me was it was an 8-inch diameter at breast height. So I think I'll pass those notes along to James and the crew. But that's all for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Russell, please.
My announcement is a sad one in that this will be my last Planning Commission meeting. I am going to be moving and leaving Charlottesville, exploring different parts of the country. It has been an honor to serve with all of you, with staff, for the council, and I wish you all the best moving forward.
Thank you very much. I have some additional comments during my time. Mr. Schwartz, please.
All right. At last month's BAR meeting, wasn't too much of interest to the Planning Commission. The one interesting topic was a discussion on repainting or refreshing some of the painted signs downtown, like Coca-Cola signs and the old businesses. So the Downtown Business Association is looking into that, and the preservation community is kind of torn on how to do this. So it's an interesting conversation. We'll see what comes of it. At this month's BPAC meeting, one issue that came up was the Module 3 of the zoning rewrite, the issue of streetscapes. It looks like there is an option for if a parcel does not have sidewalks on either side of it, they can pay into a fund rather than being forced to put in a streetscape. And I can't speak for BPAC officially, but there seemed to be general agreement that it would be better if, instead of that being at the developer's discretion, if they had to get permission from the director of NDS or the zoning administrator to do that. And also just some concern about if they pay into the fund right away, the city should take into consideration, you know, how much it would cost to buy an easement later on. And maybe it would be good to just do the easement portion right away and not the sidewalk. But anyways, food for thought for James.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Thanks. So I had one meeting of MPO Tech. We also discussed the Moving Towards 2050 plan, and it does look like that survey is online now, though it's hard to find. There's also a webinar next Tuesday evening and an open house at TJPDC the day after that on Wednesday about Moving Towards 2050. We also discussed kind of preliminary planning for the next round of Smart Scale. And trying to get some project ideas that we might submit for. So some possible options closer to the city ones are District Avenue and Hydraulic, the roundabout by the movie theater, which actually the latest is that it may be moved into funded for this Smart Scale round because it was narrowly missed and it might be switched, the whole thing. The Fish Street extended improvements by Food Lion, rescoping that project to make that area safer. And then the 250 Ivy Road interchange and area, and then the Barracks Road, kind of from Emmett to Georgetown area. And VDOT is doing a pipeline study on that that should hopefully help inform potential projects to submit to make that street safer.
Mr. Palmer, please.
All right, couple things. It's gotten quiet over at the university finally, other than the construction. But I did want to just point out there was a Board of Visitors meeting at the beginning of the month, and where the Karsh Institute Democracy building design was approved. So you can go on to the website to see what that looks like. That's in the Emmett Ivy corridor, so that's exciting. The other thing I wanted to just mention is, I think I mentioned it before, but our longtime director of parking and transportation, Rebecca White, is moving on to bigger things called retirement, and so we're very happy that she's doing that. But she leaves behind quite a legacy for our system of parking, transportation demand management, regional transportation collaboration, and just the enthusiasm that she would bring to everything she did was just going to be hard to replace. But a replacement has been found, and that gentleman is named Scott Silsdorf. I'm pronouncing that right, and he comes to us from Old Dominion University, where he has been managing their parking and transportation program for the last 20 years. So, also a former Who. So. I have not met him, but excited to start working with him in the near future.
Thank you. Big shoes to fill. It will take us many years to catch up with all the good work that she's done.
Yeah, and I didn't even mention the electric buses on the way, too. That was a big part of what she did, too.
Exciting.
Yeah.
For me, I've got two items. One is more important than the other, so I'd like to offer it. I'd like to offer a motion for consideration, which I would like to read at this time. Whereas Ms. Elizabeth Russell served on the Charlottesville Planning Commission from September 2020 to June 2023, serving as vice chair from September 2022 to June 2023. Whereas Ms. Russell served as the Planning Commission representative to the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission and on the Rivanna River Planning Effort and Fontaine Avenue Smart Scale Steering Committee. And whereas Ms. Russell has been an advocate for neighborhoods within the city and has consistently encouraged fellow commissioners to consider the historic and preservation attributes of our community. And whereas Ms. Russell brought an important perspective to the work performed through the Seville Plans Together project. And whereas Ms. Russell has continuously been mindful of the impact of development decisions on underserved populations within the Charlottesville community. Now therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Charlottesville, do hereby thank Ms. Elizabeth Russell for her dedicated service on the Charlottesville Planning Commission and wish her success in future endeavors. Signed and sealed, etc. Does this seem amenable? Would someone like to take up this motion for recommendation for council?
I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion on this item. I personally am tremendously grateful to Ms. Russell for her service on the commission. These have been hard, weird years. We've gone through a lot of hard challenges, more than I had imagined, and I expect more than you imagined too. And your service has been exemplary, and I'm tremendously grateful for it. I know that wherever you go and whatever you do, you will bring that same energy and positive spirit, and you will do good wherever you find yourself.
Thank you so much.
Oh, granted.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And signs, wow.
Thank you.
You get to give it to
I get
her.
to give this to her.
Yes, that's how this works.
Thank you very much. A great honor. It has been a pleasure. Any further discussion on this item? Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Drozy?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Hovab?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Seems strange.
And Mr. Solly Yates?
Aye, thank you. Less important matter, but still important, the Charlottesville Plans Together effort. Quite a bit of discussion. I think I took 3 pages of notes. I thought of most interest to this body. There was a discussion about updating the lighting ordinance. The team confirmed they are working on updated language. I quote, currently editing, going to make revisions, make sure that there is light pollution controlled properly, and adhering to current best practice on dark skies. There's been quite a bit of interest on this topic on this commission and with the public, and my sense is that the team understands and is working on it. Moving forward, who do we have? Mayor Snook, please. Anything you wish to share?
Nothing other than it was a pleasure to sign that particular proclamation for Ms. Russell. I'm sorry to have to do so, but it was a pleasure to sign it.
Thank you, sir. May I hear from the Neighborhood Development Services?
Sure. Wanted to let you guys know we do not have a June work session. So no work session on June 27th. You all can take that off your schedule. We are working towards 2 works, that's our fourth Tuesday. We're working towards work sessions the first and second week of July. And so we have those tentative, and I will be getting the logistics together for those. Module 3 comments are due over the weekend. And I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Price to give us additional updates on the project.
Sure. I'm going to continue in the vein of schedule. Bunch of stuff going on. Today, we actually kicked off our visit of the affordable housing market feasibility analysis and the rate of change analysis. Both of those were, if you guys recall, issued in reports last August. And we are looking again at those analyses to make sure they still bear out, given a lot of changes in the marketplace since that time. Tomorrow, we have the Module 3 open house right here in this room, tomorrow late afternoon. And then the remainder of the week, we will actually be heads down with our consultant team and staff across a range of departments and city agencies to dig into our review of the draft document as it stands today, get into some details. All of this in preparation for us to begin work on producing that consolidated draft that we'll be releasing at the end of July. All of this feeds into that final work product. So at the end of July, you can anticipate a consolidated draft document, the complete set of comments that we've received on everything to date, and I'm sure various and sundry other things that will be accompanying that when we get there. What else did I have on the list? Oh, and the two meetings that we're working on scheduling topic-wise, those are to complete the conversation that we began on maps, map-related issues, and then we're going to talk about Module 3, and then to borrow the words of Commissioner Mitchell, we want to land the plane on residential A, B, and C. Happy to take any questions on those schedule things as they stand right now.
Questions on schedule? Do you have a sense of when the updated rate of change analysis and market feasibility information will
It actually
provide?
all will likely come out at the same time as the consolidated draft document at the end of July.
That works?
Right. I mean, kicking off today, and you figure we got to have that ready to go in advance of that date so we can do final reviews and all that stuff. So it's a lot of work in a very short, compressed period of time.
Indeed, thank you.
If there aren't any questions? So the other announcement I wanted to make is that our new bike ped coordinator, Tommy Safranek, started yesterday. So we're very pleased to have him. That, as you guys may, if you're counting, if you're playing along at home, that means we've fully staffed up our transportation planning team. So if you think back to that presentation that Ben Chambers did a number of weeks ago on the work of that team, we are now fully staffed and moving forward full steam.
Incredible change, thank you.
So I know he's just started yesterday, but that's plenty of time. Do you guys have
Plenty of time. Yeah.
big stuff planned for the summer in terms of safe routes to school and really following on with
We
the
do.
quick build stuff from last year?
Absolutely. We are putting together that schedule as we speak for both quick build and identifying more hard infrastructure changes that we couldn't do last year, but we hope to do this year.
Yep.
We're also expanding the range of projects. The previous range was focused immediately around schools. We're also looking at opportunities around what I would call major bus stops for
Yep.
schools, school bus stops. So the kids who are congregating at bus stops also have, that we're thinking of their safety as well.
Do you guys have the funds you need for that, or are you?
I don't know that I
is
can
council
speak
need
to
give
that
you some
point.
more?
I understand that there are funds. I don't know the status of that entirely, but I know that there are funds that we're working from.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
At this time, I would like to direct the commission's attention to the consent agenda. Quite a bit on there. Ms. Russell, do you have thoughts on that?
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
I will second.
Ms. Creasy, would you call the roll?
Sure. Right before I do that, though, we have matters from the public
Not
on the agenda, and quite possibly some of those individuals who may want to speak, so perhaps we hold the motion.
Perfectly sensible.
Okay.
At this time, I would like to hear from matters from the public not on the formal agenda, which is absolutely anything you wish to discuss that does not involve 218 West Market. Anything else, very much welcome.
All right, so we will address this as we typically do. What we will do is we'll start with a speaker from our in-person audience, and then we will move to our virtual audience, and we will alternate back and forth as long as we have speakers. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and as the chair noted, any topic is game except for the West Market Street application, which we have a public hearing for that will be held separately. Do we have anyone in our in-person audience who is would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
evening. I'm Ellen Contini Morava from 225 Montebello Circle. I'm speaking on behalf of Lorna Martins of 128 Observatory Avenue, who can't be here, with regard to the 2005 JPA project. Recently, when Mr. Werner represented the 2005 project to the Planning Commission, alias the ERB, and also before City Council, he stated that virtually all the appellant's requests for changes are not the purview of the ERB. However, back on May 10th, 2022, when 2005 JPA first came to the Planning Commission for a vote, Mr. Werner said something quite different. He said that in design review, the Planning Commission had a lot of power to redesign the project. I quote Mr. Werner on May 10th, 2022. And you know, but speaking hypothetically, you could, in the design review process, say we want this to be separated into 2 buildings. We want you to have that ability to push and pull design. The design guidelines allow a tremendous amount of flexibility. You all can change this design. You have the ability to do that when it comes to you, unquote. All but 2 of you planning commissioners were there and heard him say that. If planning commissioners, in their capacity as the ERB, have the power to separate the project into 2 buildings, surely you have the power now to grant some of the minor design changes that the neighbors have asked for, such as getting rid of the side porches, entrances that will bring more traffic to the narrow dead-end Observatory Avenue, conditioning the multi-purpose path to be ADA compliant. So don't just merely re-vote in what you voted twice before. Please look at the neighbors' appeals for yourselves. Give this some thought and do something. The massing and scale of 2005 JPA are a severe adverse impact on people living on Washington and Observatory Avenues. City Council approved them on the assurance that design review would mitigate the adverse impact. Matt Alfali stated in the City Council meeting, quote, "It was determined that most of the massing and scale issues could be addressed and mitigated when the project comes back to ERB for design review and a certificate of appropriateness," unquote. City councilors trusted that statement. One of them said, "I do have confidence that the ERB will be able to address the mass and the scale." What happened to that? The mass and scale have not changed. The ERB needs to address the issue and not pass the buck.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be a virtual speaker. We have Tyler Miller. Tyler, are you,
Hello.
yes, sir. Ready for
Excellent.
you to start, Mr. Miller.
Wonderful. My name is Tyler Miller of 1500 Green Street. I wanted to give the disclosure that I'm a member of the Charlottesville Tree Commission, but I'm here as a member of the public and a Charlottesville resident. I wanted to voice my concern about the draft zoning module 3, section 6.4.4, point D, point 8, point A. The designation of a particular violation in the schedule of civil penalties cannot be construed to allow the imposition of civil penalties for activities related to land development. I think that should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. You got all that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get the section?
All right, our next speaker will be an in-person speaker. Do we have anyone else in person? Okay, I don't see any hands right now. We'll go to our virtual audience, which I do not see any speakers at this I see speakers coming up here. And just a reminder to our virtual audience, you can either raise your hand in the app, or if you're on the phone, then you can say, click *9 and that will raise your hand. So our virtual speaker would be Kenneth Hill. Kenneth? Mr. Hill, can you unmute? Mr. Hill? Okay, since we're having some technical difficulties there, we'll move to Mr. Miller, and then we'll come back to Mr. Hill.
Hey, everyone. Yeah. Sorry, getting a little feedback here. I think what's happening is when people are speaking, the hands get lowered, so that may be part of the technical difficulty. My name is Dr. Dan Tannick. I'm a resident here at 1107 Avon Street. I wanted to make a brief comment about draft zoning module 3. This is said as a supporter of modest density increases and missing middle housing. To pick a couple of issues, we're already looking at out of control Airbnb hurting livability and affordability, and I believe that the proposal's 10-room lodging provisions that you can see in chart 312 on or around page 125 is going in exactly the wrong direction. There's a throwaway line later about a 25% commercial limit, but Airbnb laws obviously aren't enforced currently, said as somebody who has reported multiple illegal Airbnbs multiple times and had nothing happen. So that's I think, kind of going in the wrong direction. I'm also deeply concerned that, the plan as it stands now doesn't touch covenants and HOAs, and obviously that's because we're a Dillon rule state, and that's not in our control. However, I think moving ahead with this plan without doing something to address the Dillon rule basically prioritizes or puts the burden of increased density on other less affluent areas, which I think is obviously a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will turn back to our in-person audience and see if we have anyone interested in speaking at this time. All right, yes, sir.
My name is Jack Narava, 225 Montebello Circle. At the meeting when the Board of Architectural Review discussed the proposed demolition of the stone house at 104 Stadium Road, the preservation architect hired by the developer described the stone house as marooned in its environment because there are no other stone houses on that side of Jefferson Park Avenue. This was used as an argument for getting rid of it, but it could also be used as an argument for hanging on to it. As Mr. Gus Stringer pointed out at that BAR meeting, quote, "You would be surprised at how many people know of that house because of its distinctive character and its location. It is an oddball. Our city would be less if it were gone tomorrow," end quote. The architect also noted that there are several other stone houses of the same architectural style in the district on the other side of JPA. One is across the street from the Dutton Stone House. And together with 104 Stadium, these stone houses make a nice bracket at the university end of JPA, built of local materials and with a link to the city's past. We homeowners who still live in the JPA neighborhood are also marooned. We've heard a constant refrain from city officials about how desirable it is to keep students in our, concentrate students in our neighborhood as a way of keeping them from spilling into other neighborhoods. And over the past year, we've seen a steady series of proposals for bigger and bigger high-rises to accommodate them. 5 to 7 stories at 2005 JPA, 8 stories at 1709, and 9 to 12 stories at the corner of JPA Stadium and Emmett. No one seems to ask what's left of the neighborhood that's being pushed toward 100% transient student renters in properties owned by out-of-state developers and absentee landlords. Those of us who still have our homes there benefit the city by advocating compliance with city laws, such as noise, safety, trash, and providing a sense of continuity and community. And we would like to keep living there, but no one remembers that aging in place is one of the principles of affordable housing. And so we're faced with either living next door to larger and larger high-rises, giving up and selling our homes to one of the developers that are constantly hovering in hopes of demolishing them and replacing them with another student high-rise. We urge you to think carefully whether this is good city planning, and we hope at least some of you will agree that our city would be less if we were gone. tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move back to our virtual audience. We're gonna try again with Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, are you able to unmute? Mr. Hill, are you able to speak? You're unmuted. All right. Mr. Hill, are you able to hear us? We are unable to hear you if you're speaking. Okay, we're gonna keep moving, but we're gonna keep trying as well. We're gonna move on to Elizabeth Sloan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'm Elizabeth Sloan. I live at 2024 Minor Road. I'm here to say that I would like to encourage the Planning Commission to deny the special use permit for 21117 Ivy Road to turn it into a plan unit subdivision. This rezoning is not in any way what the plan unit subdivision is meant to be. The scale of the proposed mixed-use building is not at all in keeping with the beauty of the surrounding area. The commercial entrance corridor is primarily 1- and 2-story buildings set back from the street with ample parking around them. On the south side is the beautiful scenic campus of St. Anne's Middle and High School. Then there are several house-like office buildings which have very pretty details. The north side is more commercial, but the scale is very human, 1 to 2 stories. This proposed building is very ugly. It will loom over the neighborhood and the beautiful UVA sports fields. The proposed mixed-use apartment building could be from anywhere USA. This developer, in fact, builds student housing across the United States in college and university towns. These plans look like they were pulled out of a drawer and massaged slightly to fit the lot. Already, the traffic at the intersection of Alderman Road and Ivy Road is backed up extensively at the end of the day. During major events at the University of Virginia's adjacent baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and track fields, there may often be horrible traffic. Exiting from the proposed 2-story garage onto Copley Road, just north of this intersection, will be challenging. It would make much more sense to exit onto Ivy Road. And finally, this violates everything that we have in the guidelines for the entrance entrance corridor, and it's not aligned at all with the intention of the planned unit development, which is meant to create residential spaces with open spaces. Every piece of this property will be built or be paved. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
All right, we'll turn back to our in-person audience. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak who is in the audience? All right, we'll turn back to our virtual audience. At this point, we have Anna Akanis.
Anna Askunis.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for that pronunciation. You are welcome to speak.
That's okay. It's difficult for people, I know. My name is Anna Askunis, and I'm a member of the Lewis Mountain Neighborhood Board. We met with RMD to...
Please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And we were very concerned about a number of things. Extremely concerned about the traffic. He is proposing to build a 10-story building with 600 residents at one of the busiest intersections in Charlottesville. All of the football traffic, the basketball traffic, et cetera, as Liz alluded to, it's almost impossible to get there. Get through that intersection. And the university, as you know, is building a number of buildings along Ivy Road. They have been really wonderful working with the neighborhood. They've kept those buildings to say 4 stories to keep from overwhelming the neighborhood. looking at that building and listening to him talk about how he's built these buildings in Chicago and Ann Arbor. And I asked him if he even knew the population of Charlottesville, and he didn't. I said, you know, we are a small town. To have a 10-story building in one of the busiest intersections and to have the opening on Copley Road, and previously, you couldn't even talk about building a building this big if you didn't have at least 2 acres of land. This is barely an acre of land, and it has the Norfolk Southern Railroad right behind it. This just doesn't make any sense to any of us. And I really, really hope you all will think about not giving this person permission to do this. It's all about money. When we tried to talk to him about various compromises or concerns, it was patently clear that he wasn't interested. So I beg you, this is such a wonderful place to live in a wonderful neighborhood. 60% of the people in our neighborhood are renters. We love our neighborhood. We have a wonderful sense of community, and it just breaks my heart to think that this is going to happen. So please, please take your time and consider this very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any in-person speakers? All right, we'll move to our virtual audience. Mr. Hill, we're going to give you another try. Mr. Hill. All right.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. My name is Kenneth Hill, and I'm the owner of 111 Washington, and this is regarding the JPA 2005. This appeal pertains to the ERB's COA that was granted at the public meeting held on March 14, 2023 regarding JPA 2005. This follows up from the ERB meeting held on February 4th, 2023 regarding the same project. The 2005 project will not be affordable, does not fit within the existing zoning, and even exceeds what would be allowed by right in the rezoning proposed by the future land use map. As such, there is strong opposition to this project for a variety of reasons. It is a 7-story building towering over 1- and 2-story homes in our tranquil neighborhood. Therefore, I submit my appeal to deny the COA for JPA 2005. This is a large project in a residential area sandwiched in between established homeowners, investment properties, and numerous student renters. Residents stand to lose the very essence of their long-established neighborhood if this project remains as is. The City Council should carefully consider the appeals of these citizens to find solutions or redesign the project, largely due to the building's height, parking, and traffic issues, and a host of environmental factors that will come to the neighborhood. The property and one of the main issues is parking. My property with 8 tenants is directly across the street from the JPA facade, 65 feet to be exact. With parking on both sides of the street on Washington Avenue in particular, there's barely enough room for 2 cars to pass at the time now. When you add in the design of an enclosed parking garage entryway for 122 parking slots, along with the service vehicles, adding service vehicles to the mix, it will result in major traffic bottlenecks at that location and in the general area. When you add in traffic coming and going to the building on Washington Avenue from 122 enclosed parking places, the only entranceway to the project, it will get much worse. The design of 122 parking slots for 390 students is woefully inadequate for the scope of the project. An alternative for the city is to require a parking design so that the building has 2 entranceways or to relocate the entryway accordingly, which can better handle traffic flows in and out, which is closer to the entrance. A traffic study is needed due to the increase this and other growth will have in the future of this area. Trash. My property has little setback from Washington Avenue, is right across from where the trash will be hauled off. The presenter said trash will be pushed to the street once weekly. This will create noise and debris in the area. Trash pickup will further add to traffic snarls on Washington Avenue and the nearby area. The enclosed parking garage will have electrical and mechanical equipment. The building will have high voltage electrical equipment near the garage entryway, which will cause noise. There will also be a generator, which will have to be tested at times, and will have fuel, which will be smelly and have to be filled on occasion. Accordingly, the walkway also behind the building at Observatory, between Observatory and Washington Avenues, needs to be of sufficient size width to allow for pedestrians, bikes, and carriages to traverse without the hassle of having to climb stairs. Therefore, I submit my appeal to deny the COA for this project. I recommend design changes, underground electrical cabling, more parking spaces, rear passageway without stairs.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, check in on our in-person audience. Do we have any additional speakers? Seeing none, I'll move to our virtual audience and check to see if we have any speakers. Chair, at this time, we don't have any additional speakers.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to turn to the consent agenda.
And you have you still have that motion out there for
Who's-
approval.
Who made the motion?
Motion was made here and then Bill seconded.
Do we still feel good about that?
Consent agenda.
Okay. Discussion on this item?
I have one more question that I should have asked during the pre-meeting, but it didn't occur to me until I saw Sam over there. Does the approval of the major subdivision constitute the planning commission generally in accord with the comprehensive plan determination for the new public facilities? Which are the utilities? Are those public facilities?
So there are public utilities that'll be serving the lots there. Not to that level. So I know what you're asking. Yes, because typically if it's, this determination was discussed earlier when this went through before. What Mr. Stoltenberg is noting is that there is a code section that requires certain expansions of utilities as well as infrastructure within a community has to go through a comprehensive plan check. And this project would have done that quite a while ago.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Very good question.
Anything else on this item? Ms. Greasy, would you call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Durazio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
And Mr. Sully Yates?
Aye. At this time, I would like to change everything. I declare us to be the Entrance Corridor Review Board in session. And I'd like to consider 2005 Jefferson Park Avenue, correct?
That would be our usual order, Chair. I know we're a little bit behind schedule and
6:20 p.m.
perhaps maybe polling our council members after they gavel in to see if there's any time constraints that maybe we can work with.
You're suggesting that we,
Well, I'm suggesting that they gavel in so that we have them formally here, and then if there is a time constraint and they would want us to do the hearing since we're a little bit behind.
this is just so, I declare ourselves to be the planning commission once more. Mr. Mayor, is the council in order?
We have a quorum.
Very good. I would like to question, do you have time? Do you want to sit around and watch us do design review? Are you in a hurry?
I have to about 7:15.
Recommend we do the public.
And we recommend we flip.
This seems reasonable to me.
I move we flip.
This is just a matter of timing.
It's it's the prerogative of the chair to change the agenda within reason, and of course, these are all advertised items, so I think just to clarify, it appears, Chair, that there is interest in moving the public hearing ahead of the discussion of 2005 JPA.
This seems reasonable to me. I would like to proceed with the public hearing at this time and immediately afterwards consider 2005 JPA and then proceed with additional items after that. Can we please hear from staff on 2018 West Market?
Good evening, Carrie Rainey, Senior Planner with Neighborhood Development Services. Oops, sorry, I've got too many papers for the podium. Today you have before you a special use permit application to modify an existing special use permit for 218 West Market. Our applicant group is Heirloom Downtown Mall Development, represented by Williams Mullen today. As I just noted, the applicant has requested a modification to the existing special use permit number SP 19-00006 to modify required setbacks. The existing SUP permits a mixed-use building with up to 240 dwelling units per acre and up to 101 feet in building height, with conditions which include affordable housing obligations, a community space with reduced rent, a protective plan for the adjacent property, and building form requirements such as ground floor transparency. The current application requests modification of the required 25-foot minimum step back at 45 feet in height for both the West Market street wall and the Old Preston Avenue street wall. The request would reduce the 25-foot minimum to a 10-foot minimum along West Market Street and a 5-foot minimum setback along Old Preston Avenue. The staff report in your packet includes links to the previous staff reports provided on the original approved SUP. The current staff analysis in your packet focuses on the requested modification to the building's step backs as the density and increased height were previously approved by City Council. The 2021 Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designates the subject property as downtown core. All adjacent properties are designated as downtown core or open spaces and parks. The comprehensive plan describes the downtown core as a primary central mixed-use activity hub for the city. The plan encourages a mix of uses in the same building, is encouraged to have forms compatible with and that respond to the existing scale, urban scale, and historic and civic context, and up to 10 stories in height may be contemplated. Several goals in the comprehensive plan speak to a desire to promote additional housing options, particularly those in proximity to activity and economic centers, public transportation options, as well as context-sensitive redevelopment of underutilized properties. Staff believes the proposed development also aligns with the downtown core category description and will not have an adverse impact on the adjacent open spaces and parks designated properties. The development will require a certificate of appropriateness from the Board of Architectural Review, or BAR. On October 18th, 2022, the BAR held a preliminary discussion on the proposed step-back modification and confirmed they generally supported the proposal. On April 18th, 2023, the BAR took unanimous action to confirm the proposed step-back modification did not adversely impact the Downtown Architectural Design Control District, with the understanding that the final design will require a certificate of appropriateness from the BAR. The previous city planner processing this application waived the community meeting requirement. However, we have heard from one member of the public who wrote in to express concern with the development's impact to the character of downtown and available parking. Staff recommends the Planning Commission focus on appropriate building step-back requirements, and the BAR action confirming the proposed modifications will not adversely impact the Downtown Architectural Design Control District. Included in your packet are proposed modifications to the original approved special use permit conditions to account for the requested modification to the building step-backs. I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant team is here today to give a presentation and answer questions as well.
Questions for staff?
Yeah, can we talk a little bit about the impact on pedestrian access as it relates to the step back?
For the steps back
Yeah,
specifically?
I mean, how's it gonna affect our ability to walk through that little area?
So step back is something that would only happen after 45 feet in
So
height
we're
of the
talking right
building. So
there.
we're talking about just the
So
top.
there's no, so I thought that I saw something, late breaking news, I only got a chance to read a bit of it, that there was concern about pedestrian access in that building, but it didn't, so it doesn't relate to the.
So that's not specifically what the requested modification is addressing, but there is, as part of the conditions from the original approved special use permit, a section that includes condition 2, breaking down of the mass to provide compatibility with the architectural control district. Item 3, condition 3, there should be pedestrian engagement with the street with an active, transparent, and permeable facade at street level. And then there's also some conditions under number 5, which has some modifications to include windows on all elevations. Let's see, I think those would be the main pieces that are dealing with our building form right now. But yes, to clarify, the setback, which is along the ground floor, is not being requested to change.
Additional questions for staff?
Are we allowed to make modifications to the conditions that were part of the original SUP?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a question on the first condition, just out of curiosity more than anything. Why was it that no more than one building shall be constructed on the site? Why was that part of the conditions? Do you know?
I do not know the answer to that. That was, the first special use permit was handled by a previous planner, but I imagine that it could be that, one building was proposed, and we tend to memorialize the design proposal within the conditions, but I can't answer that directly.
I remember, yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we please hear from the applicant? I'm terribly sorry. Council, did you have any questions for staff?
Not at this point.
I should have specifically asked.
No.
Thank you.
Valerie, are you going to start or am I going to start? Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you. I'll give a quick
Okay.
intro.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm Valerie Long with Williams Mullen. We're representing the applicant, Heirloom Development. Jeff Levine is a principal of the applicant and is obviously here attending virtually. We have some slides and a very brief presentation if that would be helpful to any of the commissioners. I'm always a little hesitant to pass on an opportunity to show a presentation in the event questions come up after I'd finished speaking, but I also don't want to take up your time unnecessarily. This is a very simple proposal. As Ms. Rainey indicated, the request is limited to modifying the step back requirements along West Market Street from 45 feet to 10 feet, and then along Old Preston, which is the back of this building or future building, from 25 to, from 25 to 5 feet. We have some exhibits that they're the same ones essentially that were in the packet, so nothing new. I'd be happy to answer questions. As stated, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We do note that under at least the draft zoning ordinance, it looks like there is not a plan to continue requirements for step backs. That being said, the existing 25-foot step back in this zoning district is substantially larger than any other zoning district. There's a lot of history to it, but it doesn't seem to fit here. There were a lot of exceptions made in other locations. I think this just got overlooked, perhaps. In any event, we hope you will approve this request, and we're happy to answer questions or comments that may come up after the public hearing. Thank you.
Any desire or concerns about seeing the presentation?
I think it would be of value.
Okay.
That seems reasonable.
Great.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it.
Super. All right, next slide then. I think this is commonly referred to as the Artful Lodger site because of the furniture store that's located on the ground floor of this building. It would comprise the entire site. And as you can see on the slide, on the left side, it's along West Market, and then the rear of the parcel abuts Old Preston, which then turns into the very end of the downtown mall. Next slide. Whoop, I think we skipped one. Yeah, thank you. So on the right is probably the most helpful image. You can see in red is the 25-foot step back from each of the two adjacent streets. Again, that is within the existing zoning ordinance. We're proposing or requesting to reduce that front step back from 25 to 10 feet there along West Market. And just to reiterate, as Ms. Rainey clarified, this step back only kicks in at 45 feet and above. So the after that, so as noted, there would not be any impact on any pedestrian experience. And then again, on Old Preston Avenue, which really we think functions more like a little bit like an alley than a more of a typical street, certainly very different character than West Market Street. Nevertheless, the ordinance would require the 25-foot step back starting at 45 feet, and we're proposing to reduce it to 5 feet. Next slide. These are just some graphic images. The top left showing what the existing approved special use permit would require with the 25-foot step back on either end. And then the lower left exhibit reflects the proposed modifications. We do note that the Board of Architectural Review, as part of the special use permit, as I think you all know, they reviewed this as an advisory review board to weigh in and provide comments as to whether the proposal would have an adverse impact on the historic district. And their finding was that this proposal would not have an adverse impact. Next slide. These are some images showing visually what the change would look like. The top left shows, again, the existing approved design would require that large 25-foot step back after 45 feet in height of the street wall. And the lower left shows what that would look like. And as you can see from the image on the right, that's the view from West Market Street looking towards McIntyre Ridge. Next slide. Should also note that this project will, as was noted in the staff report, the full design, the building itself has not been designed to the level of detail. It will require a certificate of appropriateness from the BAR before issuance of a building permit. So that's why we're showing these in sort of box massing diagrams without a lot of detail. This is the same image, just in reverse, looking the opposite direction up West Market. Next slide. This is the view from the mall, which again, if, as you know, sort of looking toward the end of that photograph between the Omni building and, I guess it's Whiskey Jar there on the end, is the start of Old Preston, kind of behind the Omni parking deck. The building would be visible from this vantage point on the mall. And so again, the top left is showing what would be, what that would look like, the level of visibility with the existing approvals, and then lower left with the reduced building step back. So it would still be visible, but would not be out of character or scale with the other buildings nearby, such as the Omni and, of course, the new Code building. Next slide. These are just some comparisons of other step-back regulations in all of the other mixed-use zoning districts. I know there's a lot there. I don't expect you to be able to see it or read it, but we did do an analysis to determine what the other mixed-use zoning districts require. And as you can see, most of them are in the 10-foot range, if not less. The only exception really is along in the so-called South Street zoning district, which is a very small span, about a half block long, special zoning rules for that street because of the historic properties that are located on that street. Next slide. I think that's it in terms of presentation. Mr. Levine may want to make some comments. One thing I should mention is, among other reasons, the request is important to help, frankly, the functionality of the building for residential development. With such a large step back, it cuts into, frankly, the buildable area, the building envelope, and makes it much more challenging to provide the number of units approved for in the site. We do have some exhibits on that if you wanted more information. I'll maybe be quiet and let Mr. Levine say a few words.
Thanks, Valerie. Yeah, we should have led with the why. Everyone's looking, going. The why is really just there is a certain formula, and my architect's on as well who can discuss, but there's a certain formula to residential development as to how your corridors run and how the depths of your units run. And with this anomaly in the city of having 2 pinch points of 25 feet, you just do not get layouts after those 45 feet that really work for residential development, which defeats the whole purpose of building this site for residential development, including the affordable housing that's included. To be clear, none of what we're asking gives more density, more units, more height. It's simply for better architecture, which is why I believe them, and I was present, but why the Board of Architectural Review understood that and understand that for better design and for better layout and for better units that are marketable, this change needs to be made. You can even see on certain areas where Valerie was showing, if there is a 25-foot step back, the other side has 0, so you still have that same upper tier, and Mr. Schwartz could probably explain it better, but that's what this is about. We just, as we got deeper into design and we started looking at this building and going through schematic design and thinking about going to BAR, the upper building just does not work for residential development. And then my last thing is, and Mr. Schwartz mentioned, could there be other conditions or go back on the other conditions? We tried to make this narrowly focused on this amendment about the step back. The original SUP was heavily vetted, and to the other 2 commissioners' comments, that's why some of those things came about. The pedestrian access was a concern that since we were going to be building a building on that Artful Lodger parking lot, which acts as a connector between West Market and Preston/the mall, could we please provide a pedestrian access through the building so there would still be that connection? So that is just one of the concessions that came through the long and lengthy and costly vetting process through the SUP. Same with those other conditions that were mentioned. I forgot the gentleman had he had another question about another condition. Oh, I'm sorry, the building broken up. That was a BAR. There's been, and I've gone through this with the BAR on other sites where we're trying to respect these long width of the site to make sure that it's not one big building or one big face along the street wall. So it's typically not our architecture to do that anyway, but it's the working with the BAR to understand, to make sure that there's certain depths, and so you don't have one wall. And that's how kind of we articulate it, to say it'll look like more than one building, or it'll be, and it won't be, but it won't be more than one building, and that's where all that came from. So all those conditions were heavily discussed and worked through, and the only thing we're coming back now is we just can't make the top of this building work with these anomaly of step backs. So
may I screen share? Am I allowed to do that?
Sorry, we're not sure who's speaking.
Oh, that's me, Lisa Moran with Bushman Dreyfus Architects. I was wondering if I could screen share this, the overlay of the study that we did, showing the double loaded corridors.
Sure, we have a slide too, but go ahead. We have a slide, probably the same exhibit that you're referring to, but go ahead.
Thank you. It's the top right. We did a very detailed study of unit layouts and discovered that these are just not marketable. We were pinched in terms of providing the natural light for the light wells. So I thought I would just share that visual, that we really did try to make these step backs work.
That's what we're available for any questions that anybody has.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell. Oh.
So I just wanted to jump in because it was going off of something Jeff just mentioned. with the whole pedestrian through access through the building, I thought I remembered us talking about that at length and putting that as a condition. And now I'm seeing it not in the conditions, and in the original materials, I guess BAR had recommended it as a condition. So you guys are designing it with that pedestrian through access. Would you care if we added that as a condition? I mean, it seems like it was an oversight, because I definitely, my understanding was that that was the thing, with the pedestrian access to Market Street through the building.
I thought it was is it not in this latest draft?
The condition number 1 does reference the application materials that were submitted. So we can certainly make it consistent with the original proposal, but there's not a proposal to remove that.
Yeah, well, you guys are planning for it regardless, though. But it's in the plan.
Yeah, we always thought it was a condition.
I did too.
It might be soon enough.
The only change from that original proposal is with respect to the step back, because we had proffered some kind of artificial step backs and those don't work as well. So we really just looked at how the zoning works around the other parts of the city, and we're proposing that this site just be treated the same as the other ones with a 10 and a 5. And then as far as architecturally designing the building, we can do that from those 10 and 5 foot step backs. And as far as whether we do another step back, that's how we work through the BAR, is designing the building. So the only change is step back related.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell? Okay. Mr. Durantia?
No, sir, I'm good.
Mr. Bob?
I think I have no issue with the step back, and I'm sure the BAR can figure it out. I will try not to comment on this a lot, and I don't want to rock the boat. It's on other conditions that, especially on the affordability one, if I do the math, we're roughly getting 130 something units, which if we're looking at our draft zoning, it's 10%. That'll be about 13 units at 60% AMI for 99 years. And you're providing 8 that expire, most of which expire after 8 years and 2 after 16 years. And it's just not what we want now. But in the spirit of not rocking the boat too much, and this has already been approved, what I will ask, or maybe this is something you can work with, is I know 2 of the affordable units should remain affordable for 16 years, and the 6 other ones disappear after 8 years. Is there were you going to keep the 80% for 2 more years, for the 8 more years, or was it going to be 50% AMI? Because you have a range.
Yeah, I don't think it was specified. One, just for clarification, obviously this is such an important issue. The conditions.
Valerie, can I address
Sure.
it? I'm sorry. I want to, because it's actually a very important point in relation to looking at the rezoning. You're bringing up exactly the trade-offs that need to occur to do that. What you're failing to mention in the formula is that the new zoning grants bonus height of 3 stories, actually starts at a base height 1 story higher than this current. So that is the city recognizing that, yes, the developer can do more, like you say, maybe do 5 more units, but in exchange for additional height. Here, we don't have that option. And if you do the formula under the SUP, per the current Excel spreadsheet, the 8 units and what I offered as far as affordability and length of time is more stringent than the formula that comes out under the SUP. I think we're all hoping that the new zoning goes through and the affordable housing is a better program, and everyone's looking forward. But right now, we just have to operate under the rules that are before us, and right now, these are the rules.
Well, if I could just clarify, the conditions on affordable housing exceed what would be required under the zoning ordinance pursuant to section 3412. That would require about 5% of the units, and for no more than 5-year terms at 80% AMI. So just for clarification.
Thanks. Ms. Russell?
My
questions have been spoken to.
Mr. Schwartz.
Little technical question, and I know I've asked this a couple of times, and I can't remember what the answer was, but so the street wall, and I believe it was even indicated on one of your drawings, it has to, your step back has to occur between 40 and 45 feet. Are you guys going to have any issues with the sloping site? I don't think Market slopes so much, but I don't know if Old Preston slopes more than 5 feet. Is that going to be a problem?
I'll let Jeff speak to that, or the architects. I know they're aware of that.
Okay.
Rather unique, not even rather unique.
Yeah.
It is a unique street wall requirement specific to this zoning district.
Yeah, we've studied that, and we've studied how it's been measured before, and I don't anticipate an issue with that.
I mean,
Thank
you do
you.
have an 8-foot grade change across the front of the lot. That does seem like more than that range.
I mean, I guess it depends on which member of staff is, or how their staff is interpreting it. I know with the code building, they had an issue, but maybe there's a different interpretation today.
I guess if it's 40 feet above grade rather than 40 feet above the sidewalk at that point, that's fine, yeah.
And there,
Fair enough.
the code building, I think it was a 19-foot grade change.
Yes, yeah.
So,
No more questions.
thank you, though.
Mr. Stolzenberg, do you want another check?
Just one question,
Please.
not super related to the SCP, but while you're here, have you given any thought to breaking up and extending the pedestrian mall at least up to your retail space and, ending before your garage entrance?
I've met with James Freeze. I've met with Chris Engel. I've met with the Omni. I've met with the Code. That would be an amazing goal. We can have a conversation about the challenges of who controls what, but for the beautification, and I don't want to go too far down the road. Yes, I feel the end of the mall right now is kind of like a life suck of it kind of dies there. What we really want to do is invigorate it and have it as an ending point, which all great pedestrian malls have. They have like a ting, they have one thing on one end, another thing on the other end, and I think it's a little dark. So yes, that would be my ultimate goal, and there's work involved, and that's why these take a long time, these projects. But I hope that becomes a nice, great ending point to the mall and not kind of this dark spot.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Ballmer. I have no questions. Mr. Pinkston.
No question. No questions. It was a helpful presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Brayer. Mayor Snook.
No questions from me.
Mr. Wade.
No, the visuals helpful.
Good, thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much. It's really helpful. At this time, I would like to hear from the public on this item.
And we will run this as we do all of our speaking sessions in our hybrid mode. We will begin with speakers who are in our in-person audience, and then we will move to our virtual audience, and we will alternate back and forth as long as we have speakers. I'll begin by asking if we have any speakers for in-person. Come on forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joey Conover, and I manage 110-114 Old Preston Avenue, owned by my mother, Virginia Doherty. She is not able to be here this evening, but she is actively interested in this discussion, and I represent her interests this evening. She and previously my father purchased their building in 1976. I was not aware of this application for this change until I received notice of this meeting, so I was not able to provide comments prior to the staff or BAR recommendations. As stated publicly during the original SUB process for this property, I'm generally supportive of high density on this site. However, I will use this setback change request this evening to ask the Planning Commission to seriously consider some trade-offs in exchange for approval, some of which you just discussed. Number one, required pedestrian access from Market Street through to Old Preston Avenue and the downtown mall. I sent comments to the Planning Commission prior to this meeting, and I think that prompted that discussion. Number 2, additional low-income housing to be built or funded to match the new FLUM and zoning requirements. Number 3, require the light and air channel as shown in the application to be included in the future design to be presented to the BAR to address the potential increased snow load to our 100-year-old stone building from snow drifts piling up next to a much higher and wider building. Also in that, the light and air section as shown, I think will also provide a more broken up building with step massing that is interesting as the architectural design of the code building, which is referenced in the application. I'm going to just read a few of my other comments in the time I have. The applicant argues that Old Preston Avenue functions more like an alley due to the Omni's utility cabinet and yet should also be treated as a numbered street. As someone who has spent a fair amount of time on the street, I can tell you that the street functions as an entrance corridor for the downtown mall, and my opinion should be that additional city resources to maintain it better, or even do more, as you all just discussed, to maintain it better given the high amount of pedestrian traffic. The Omni brought a backdoor feeling to part of the street that was not there when Vinegar Hill was more integrated into the downtown area. The current Posture Pilates studio and Artful Lodger also bring a more retail and open feel to the area. As per the original SUP approval, I understand that floor 1 will be commercial and there should be pedestrian engagement with the street with an active, transparent, and permeable facade at street level. I hope this is maintained as a priority by the BAR in design review, and Old Preston Avenue is not made to feel more like a back alley prioritizing the garage entrance. 225, 227 West Main Street, the Whiskey Jar, appears on the GIS to be built right up to the property line. So if 218 West Market Street is built up to their property line, I fear that there will be no pedestrian access from 2nd Street Northwest, the cross street at Bebedero, and the intersection of Old Preston Avenue and West Market Street, the end of Lighthouse Studios, which is notably non-pedestrian friendly. This large block would be more than double the width of all blocks on the downtown mall. Both the Code Development and the Transit Center block have through pedestrian access. Note that the Terraces is another through block property with a variety of setbacks that are quite attractive and do not lead to a podium tower effect. Okay, I got 20 seconds. There is currently some pedestrian access through a private driveway on the west side of 210 West Market, Brown's Lock and Key, and behind that building. However, I understand the Heirloom owns the Brown's Lock block building and has received permission from the city to demolish the building, implying that they will be designing and building another high-density building on that site where the existing pedestrian access would be lost. Further, by changing the setback precedent for 218 West Market Street, the city will establish the standard of a 10-foot setback when they apply to build at 210 West Market Street.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we'll move to our virtual audience. Ann Benham. Ann? You can unmute. And if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Please unmute.
Looks good.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry, that was a mistake. Thanks anyway. Thanks, bye.
Ms. Benham, are you preparing to speak? You don't want to speak. Okay. All right. I don't see any hands raised in our virtual audience at the moment, so I'll go back to our in-person audience. Do we have a speaker? Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Dina Gould. I'm the executive director of Lighthouse Studio, which is located at the Vinegar Hill Theater, directly next to, on West Market Street, directly next to 218, the 218 proposed site. Every year we teach 1,000 young people from ages 8 to 21. We make films in our studios, and we screen them in our theater. We hold regular screenings for the public, and we rent our theater, studios, and roof terrace to important income to support our nonprofit. Our students regularly use the sidewalks or Market and Old Preston to access the downtown mall. I have a few concerns. The first one being pedestrian student safety. Our students are constantly moving in and out of our building. They've access access on Market Street, Old Preston, and into the mall are critical both during construction and post-construction. I'm concerned about driver safety. The narrow, curvy, hilly street segment creates challenging conditions for drivers. Since 2017, our building has actually been hit by cars on 2 different occasions. And I want to know, how will traffic be managed when this new large structure, which intends to attract community, both community members and house residents when it's in operation? I'm a little surprised. I'd really take a look at this street and the condition there for traffic. And then finally, for our organization, the noise and debris from the build will prevent us from using our studios to teach our students and our The noise and debris from the build will prevent us from using our studios to teach, our theater to screen, and our space to make the money we need to operate. We have spent over 20 years growing our organization, buying and renovating the Vinegar Hill Theater, and adding new studios. And we are concerned that the noise, debris, and dangers of the build will severely disrupt our organization and threaten its financial stability. Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, I'll check our virtual audience. Do we have any speakers? Just as a reminder, you can raise your hand virtually, or if you're on a phone, you can hit *9, which would raise your hand. All right. Okay, so no public hearing speakers. Mr. Levine, you're an applicant, so you don't get to speak as the public.
I thought if it helped, I would respond to some of those comments, but if no need.
Well, we can wait till after the public hearing and see what the chair notes.
Lowering my hand.
No
Thank you,
problem. Do we have any additional in-person speakers? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
My name is Linda Abbey. Can you hear me? I live at 205A, 2nd Street Northwest, directly opposite the proposed building. I'm really concerned about the massive size of the building. It's bigger than anything else that's been on the mall, and the cut-through between Market Street and the mall is important. I'm also very concerned about the light. This massive building was going to put Market Street in shadow all the time, and plants and trees need light to grow, and that's not going to happen. And they're also taking out 18 trees. And I thought the setbacks, the previous setbacks were for some trees to be built so that the tree canopy in Charlottesville would not be changed as much. But it seems that that's not going to happen if the setbacks are 5 feet and 10 feet. I'm very concerned about the noise when Market Street right now is really hard. It's hard to hear anything when one of the emergency vehicles go through, and with a huge wall on the other side, there's no place for the noise to go except to go in between the walls, bum, 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 bum. And it also happens when those cars go by with those big boomer noises. I'm concerned about the traffic. There's 134 more units and people with cars. There's only parking for 56 cars in the whole thing, and where's the parking going to go? Where are the cars going to go? 6% of the building is affordable housing. That's not very much. And it expires after 8 years. The building is built to the sidewalk, which is not even 6 feet wide. I walk it all the time, and I know it is not 6 feet wide. And And this building is going to be a gateway to the mall. It's going to be taller than McGuffey or the Omni. It sets up another precedent for other large-scale buildings that would surround the mall. And I think that the trees would die because there would be no light. And I want to know why people come to Charlottesville. Why do they come here to visit or to live? It's fairly low scale. It's quiet. It has history. It has a sense of space. And it's beautiful. I would like you to consider all those things when you make your decision, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll check our virtual audience. I don't see any hands raised at this moment. I'll move back to our in-person audience. Do we have any additional speakers in person? Okay, one more time, virtual. All right, Chair, we don't have any further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to close public comment at this time. Mr. Levine suggested that he had some thoughts he wished to share. I'd like the thoughts on that. I'm seeing thumbs. Mr. Levine, please.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to hopefully provide some comfort with respect to some of the comments. So we think we've already been clear that the pedestrian access was in the original set of conditions. We're sticking with that. We understand that that's an important passageway, so I hope that addresses a sector of those comments. With respect to traffic, we had that in the first go-around of the SUP. Brian Haluska had done his study as well as we did a study. It is why the entrance to the garage is on Preston and not West Market. It'll actually improve the traffic along West Market because there will be no turn-in off of West Market. So that I understand people see density and units and feel traffic is going to be worse. And I do know that stretch gets backed up, but we actually think this will be better. I know that's hard to fathom with more density, but we'll actually improve that. And we also did shadow studies the first time around, and we also did it. I know Valerie has it as the last slide, but with this step back revision, it does not affect the shadows at all compared to the other step backs, just the way the sunlight hits the building. And in our original application, we even showed that without an SUP, you can build 6 stories and the shadows are not, they're de minimis, the effect of the sunlight going up the additional stories versus the 6 stories as of right. So I just wanted the public to know that we gave a tremendous amount of thought to all those concerns. And we feel that the project will actually be an improvement overall and help the overall housing situation. Not to mention, I think more life on that corner will help some of the other, I would say, less than savory things that go on, and we'd be able to, having more activity and light there would actually help the property.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off?
To net it out, the pedestrian access was my initial concern as it relates to the overall project. I'm now comfortable with that, and I'm definitely comfortable with the step back as proposed.
Mr. Dronzi.
Actually, Commissioner Mitchell anticipated that my comments were his, so that's why he muted the mic.
Wise. Mr. Habab.
Yeah, same. I think the step back's not going to be an issue based on what I saw. And if we find a way to incorporate the layout, the general layout that we saw today into the application, I don't know if that just kind of gets updated as part of the first condition or not, since it's the new exhibit with today's date. But other than that, I think maybe we just add the public pedestrian access 24/7 as a condition, just to be safe, even though you guys are providing it already.
Ms. Russell?
Yeah, I agree with that. I was gonna ask if there was some way of, asking for, or granting approval that it be generally in keeping with what we've seen in terms of light and air, and, I don't know if that's in the comments or if that's just understood, but, that's, can you clarify, is this pedestrian access something that's open air? Is it like a covered alley? What is it exactly?
You're asking?
I guess I'm asking the architect if that's okay, Chair.
Yes, please.
Well, I don't think we exactly know. I think right now, that's why in our original voluntary conditions, it was in there as just pedestrian access through. So that was it. We don't, until we get into detailed design, I don't know what that will be, whether it'll be covered. Safety and security will be number one. So I'm not a big fan of alleys so I think we have to just let the design do that, and then we can work through that with BAR as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Mr. Schwartz?
I'm in agreement with everything that's been said.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Well, I just say I don't appreciate the slighted livery stable. It may be the armpit of the downtown mall, but it is our armpit. I think last time we had talked about the through access kind of conceptually as something like York Place. And so for that reason, I don't know that like a 24/7 requirement makes sense, but it does seem like putting a condition in there for it does make sense because it seems like a genuine oversight that we didn't do it last time. I don't know if, are you thinking we do a condition for the light wells as well? Like I think Ms. Conover was recommending. I think that might make some sense. I mean, I think you need those light wells to do residential, but I guess it would stop it from being an office building usefully. I think that's fair too.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer? The concerns about construction creating problems, I believe we have an ordinance to address that, to reduce business damage. Can you confirm that, Ms. Greasy?
Business damage?
We
Did
had
I
a
just
concern
hear
from the
that?
yeah, we had a concern from the public that during public comment that construction noise and disruptions would become a problem for doing business in the area. Can you confirm we have an ordinance to regulate those harms?
The ordinances in certain areas of the city, downtown being one of them. Do you guys remember for sure? We'll get a confirmation on that. Construction can be a challenge, but it is temporary, so.
Condition 4 is there's a protection plan for the adjacent building.
So that's Ms. Conover's building and not Lighthouse Studio. That's like a seismic protection more than it'll be inconvenient. But we do require like pedestrian pathways during construction.
Thank you. That was my only comment or concern. Mr. Pigston?
Excuse me. I don't really have anything to add beyond what's been stated. It seems like a good project.
Ms. Breyer?
I am concerned, like Ms. Conover is concerned regarding lighting, but I am extremely concerned about the safety of our students at Lighthouse Studios. My organization has used that building on numerous occasions, and we've got to just consider the safety of the students. I am not saying that those individuals that use Vinegar Hill for various and sundry activities should not be safe as well, but they are adults. And as our executive director said, students come and go, and we know that they are distracted, probably more distracted than others. And it, to me, is of a high, paramount, tantamount issue for me, student safety.
Thank you. Mayor Stone.
I've got nothing.
Mr. Wade.
No, I'll be interested in the pedestrian access with that ultimately looks fine.
Thank you. At this time, I would be interested to hear a motion or possibly some motion crafting.
Well, you guys can help me craft it. Do I have to read all of the conditions that are in the?
Please don't.
So I think
I hope not.
I think the ones we're considering could be additions to 5, which is additional building design requirements, blah blah blah.
There's also
Just saying.
an update.
Or
Staff
in
recommendations.
1, that would also work, I guess.
Okay, so I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit in the downtown D mixed-use corridor zone at 218 West Market Street to permit a mixed-use development with a residential density of up to 240 dwelling units per acre. Additional building height up to 101 feet, reduced setback requirements after 45 feet in building height of no less than 10 feet along the West Market Street street wall and no less than 5 feet, along the Old Preston Avenue street wall, with the following listed conditions. The 7 conditions recommended by staff with an amendment to condition 1, let's say, that there would be public pedestrian access from Old Preston to West Market Street. Do we want to put, so I guess I'll throw that out there, then I have a comment to make on it. If we want to put a time on that, since it's not 24/7, is there something you want to add or just leave it up to
Might
them?
be dictated by how they achieve it.
Yeah.
You know.
We can just leave it open.
The new zoning code, I think, has language around this district, that's all it should be open. And I think the language is something along the lines of very normal business hours.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that.
So we are putting
Clear-
in during normal business hours?
Yeah, I mean, so is the rest of the sentence and access consistent with the pedestrian access requirements being contemplated in the new zoning code? I mean,
It's not approved yet, so I can't, I don't know if we
well,
can
that's why
tie
I
it
said
to
being
it.
contemplated, that's why.
No, I would just make it its own thing.
Okay.
Here, yeah.
Do you have some language to share?
During normal business hours?
During normal business hours.
If that isn't what the zoning code says, it sounds still pretty good still.
You can add it if you.
Is that the full motion?
Did we want to put the light well requirement in there, or?
I would want to see that. I would feel comfortable with that. I don't know how this gets built.
Or
do we
maybe
want
a
to?
general form requirement, would that be?
So.
Is that showing on the document, the October 22 document?
I would say yes.
Because if so, then it should be covered by that updated language.
Yeah, there's on that page, there's a roof terrace at level 1, which would keep it about the same height as the roof of the livery stable.
There you go.
Am I allowed to jump in? Because that's a very preliminary schematic.
Please hold off right now. We're working on a motion right now.
So, the BAR does have interest in preserving existing buildings around this project. So I don't know, I don't like leaving everything to the BAR, but we would have interest in keeping, if the snow drifts are an issue, that would be something that we might, I think that would be within our purview.
What I was trying to communicate was the desire to retain that sort of broken up massing that in the exhibit that shows how the massing would be a big monolithic block versus, you know, more angles.
And it does have we do have a condition specifically about breaking up the massing, just not in such a specific way. But I mean, I think those light wells would be
Yeah, if we find a way to add them,
necessary anyway.
but without constricting the architect, they might want to shift the building a little bit, or, you know, make them wider or narrower. I don't want them to have to not be able to do that.
So it's covered?
I mean, I think this condition too, the mass of the building shall be broken up to provide compatibility with the character defining features of the downtown ADC, seems to cover it.
Carl's good, I'm good.
And we also have a requirement in here that there needs to be windows on all sides, which is going to further require some pulling back from the perimeter.
Right.
Which also seems weird, right? How do you have windows on a lot, a build-to lot
Apparently
wall?
it
Can you do
can't.
that?
Maybe very expensively, but I don't think so.
Not
We are-
on a property
Yeah.
line.
So it's going to require some pulling back of the building mass.
Maybe that's how they get their access.
Now I'm confused if that was, why that's in there. Because I don't remember that being in there when we reviewed it last time either.
Is that at the above 45 feet?
No, it's everything.
Oh God, where'd it go? It's in 5.
I wouldn't be
Oh,
surprised if
this
that was a BAR recommendation.
This is one of the ones that that was added in that very lengthy council review. It wasn't, I don't think it was in the BAR recommendation,
No.
which I just had somewhere.
Windows at all elevations doesn't mean all stories.
It means all sides, right? So if you have,
But
if you're,
if you're worried about a window not being able to butt up against another wall because it's built to it, once it gets above that building.
It's a fire rating issue if it's on a lot line.
I thought you couldn't do it even if it was above, because the other building could build up.
I mean,
Um,
there's always things you can do with the code, but generally, yeah, because someone could potentially build a tall building next to it, and then you have a fire issue.
Do we have our language?
And if we do, could
Somebody restate it?
Indeed.
Could we ask the applicant why that window provision is there and whether they meant to prohibit windows on their adjoining lot walls? Or require windows on the walls butting up against adjacent lots? Can we ask them?
Ask whom? Ooh,
Applicant.
shouldn't staff know? Staff don't know why that restriction is there?
That one came from council.
Which,
I can answer that if you.
I'll take it, please, sir.
The language says the building shall have windows on all elevations so that so you don't have this thing where there's just a sheer wall on one. It didn't mean that there was windows on every floor of every elevation. It was just meant in the conversations with the city that we wouldn't have, if you've ever seen like a lot line completely concrete or brick wall with no windows. And so it was left up to interpret. So when we come into the BAR, we'll have windows on every side, and some will be step back, some might be fire rated, as Carl was referring to, Mr. Schwartz was referring to. But it was the compromising and a little ambiguous, so we could design the building, but make sure that there wasn't any behemoth, all non-light wall facing any way.
All right, I'll trust you guys can figure out how to build it then.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have language?
I think we do.
Can we hear it?
She's working on it.
Oh, she's right. Gotcha.
I have the language specific to the open pedestrian access.
Yep,
That's all
that's
we
it.
did.
Excellent. Could you please read it?
Sure. As an update to condition 1, the open pedestrian access from Market to Old Preston, available during normal business hours.
Discussion on this item.
I'd be happy to second it.
Very good. Any further discussion? Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Duranzio?
Aye.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Mr. Habab?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
And Mr. Solier?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Take 10.
Is that a proposal to take a 10-minute break?
Yes. Or turn to ERB, which might go.
Could be a stretch, I agree. That seems reasonable to me. Let's take a short break. Council, thank you very much. If you wish to remain, you're most welcome. But if you have your own life, that sounds fantastic too.
There you go.
Digital nomad.
know that I could hide the change of address.
Wow, good point.
Just have a Charlottesville background.
Yes, we're entirely off.
Okay, ahead or behind?
Far behind.
I don't see why these are hard.
I'm wrong all the time.
Really, I could be wrong too. I've seen meetings that should end at 9 o'clock and at 3 o'clock. I've seen meetings that would go to 3 o'clock and at 9 o'clock.
This is true.
I told my mom not to expect me home till 3.
Yeah, I said I was gonna try and get to that. Nope, nope.
Right.
Heads up on that.
I mean, I understand the concern of like not wanting to talk about it, not wanting to have enough time before you don't have time. But I think
But yes.
yeah, we'll take a year or two.
All right, I believe 10 minutes has passed. Can I get Planning Commission back? Let's please resume order. Mr. Werner, sir. Indeed.
I need a gavel.
Can you put? Oh,
Yeah, you do
that's
need a
right.
gavel.
I-
Bring back the gavel.
Yeah. I now declare us to be the entrance quarter of Review Board of Charlottesville.
opposite of nice.
Mr. Werner, can you please state your case?
The cat herding begins. First off, you guys worried me earlier when you bumped me later. I'm like, all right, well, what exactly are we gonna, what's the conversation that we're gonna have tonight? But just quickly, I do say, Liz, congrats. You know, I hope the next step is a big one and exciting. And you and I worked together a lot, certainly a lot longer before I came to the city. And I'd like to think we accomplished some good things out there. I think up at Rio Mills, we had a little something to do with that. But I wish you well. It's been a pleasure working with you, and particularly even here at the city. And I also will say the BAR is far less formal when someone leaves, so I guess we have to up our game, or I've upped my game as staff, so my apologies. So again, Jeff Warner, the design planner and preservation planner, here tonight wearing my entrance corridor hat. And this, sorry, this is a slide. Here, reviewing a COA request for 2005 JPA. I'm going to change my glasses because I'm.
Did we gavel in as the?
We did.
Good.
You
Okay.
did.
Just
You-
making sure.
You didn't spin in your chair like Lyle did. So this is a COA request for the development, 2005 JPA. It's a 1.7 acre, 3 parcel property. The existing structures on the properties will be raised. and for the construction of a multi-story brick and stucco apartment building with a footprint of approximately 312 feet by 155 feet. The building will feature 2 5-story wings separated by a courtyard, which is atop a 2-story brick foundation, or a podium, as the architects have referred to it. And this provides a street-level primary entrance at JPA, and it encloses, this lower podium encloses an internal parking garage, which will be accessed off of Washington Avenue. And I know this sounds familiar to you. Yes, this is the 3rd time we've discussed this. You all reviewed this on February 14th. The result was an approval of a COA, approved 7-0. And it is the identical motion with conditions that are in this staff report. There was an error in the public notice for that, so we re-advertised that. And again, on March 14th, the ERB, you all reviewed the request, no changes, and with a vote 6-0, again, approved the motion and conditions that are in this current staff report. Following the ERB's actions on both February 14th and March 14th, neighboring property owners appealed the approval to City Council. Council heard that appeal on May 15th of this year. And while I will say, and I asked Council very specifically, were there any issues in the appeal comments that they felt needed to be addressed, that you all needed to be taken into consideration? They did not. However, there was some discussion about the mailing date. The meeting with you all was on March 14th. The letters didn't get posted, or they did get posted on March 1st. So because that was arguably not 14 days, City Council requested that we re-advertise this, and that's why we're back again here tonight. So just to be clear, nothing has changed in this proposal since what was presented to you on March 14th, 2023. I'm trying to be as precise as I can, because I again probably expect another appeal. But so what staff is before you tonight to recommend, again, approval. I would recommend approval by reference to the motion that is attached. Again, the same as what was approved in February and March. I know some comments have been made about what my recommendations have been, or what I've offered in response to the comments, but just want to be clear that there are certain things that are simply not within the ERB's purview. Traffic, when trash trucks come, I appreciate the comments that were made, but the only thing that I can respond to you all at the City Council and to the neighbors is that, I operate within what the entrance corridor allows me to make recommendations on. So it's not trying to avoid an issue, or it's simply stating what you guys have purview over, and that trying to stay in my lane, if you will. So, and then really, again, 6-0 vote in February, I'm sorry, 7-0 vote, 6-0 vote. So unless something significant has changed, or you all have some additional questions about this, and we can certainly have that discussion. But my staff's recommendation, again, is to adopt the prior motion and conditions. Any questions for me? I know the applicants are here if there are any questions.
Questions for staff? That's sort of a process question. Was this material in the packet? You're referencing something I haven't read.
Huh?
What? Was this in the packet?
Oh,
Sure.
I'm referring to the motion. Yes.
In the packet?
It's on page 2. I had counsel ask me a question about that the other night. It was like, it's on page 367 or something. But so it's on my document, page 2. I don't know what PDF page it is.
But at 22, 21, 22, something like that.
22, yeah.
Blank on this? I can't explain it, but I see it now. Thank you
I
very
was
much.
gonna say, don't ask me a technology question, and I'm laughing that Hosea's over there saying, yeah, here's how you find it, right?
I see it right here.
Sorry, forgive me. So yes, there it is. That is the motion that was approved on February 14th and again on March 14th. I think that you certainly can read it, or you can refer to it and vote on it.
Do I, please?
Roy, do you want to bring up the green?
The word green has
Well, I
been
wouldn't
said.
want Mr. Freeze to lose his bet, so.
Oh, no.
Any appetite for removing that green, which matches the color of the building's logo and is therefore?
No appetite at
No.
all.
I have an appetite for that.
Me and Kareem dying on this hill.
I would be very interested to hear a motion at this time.
As opposed to reading everything here, is it possible to move that we approve this based on the previous approvals and use the motion and recommendations, staff recommendations outlined on page 2 of the staff report?
I hear a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I hear a second. Ms. Creasy, or discussion? Any discussion on this item?
So you gotta just make the motion with the condition and then they don't argue.
Discussion on this item beyond that? Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Duranzia?
Aye.
Mr. Solzner?
Aye.
Mr. Horvath?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
And Mr. Solier?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I now declare us to be the Planning Commission.
Is it really legally binding if he doesn't have a gavel?
This is the nation's gavel. This was given to me by the nation.
Well, all right.
Oh, there is one. It's gotta be an NDS somewhere.
I would like to consider the zoning ordinance. Do we have some new information on this topic?
We do not. We just
We do
had the
not?
update from earlier in the meeting about process and next steps.
Would anyone like to raise any issues at this time? I recall something from the hack chair on this item that could be raised at this time.
So, yes, the chair of the HAC directed me to, once again, request of the Planning Commission and the City Council that they encourage, direct, or otherwise take action to get the HAC to take a serious look at the sensitive communities issue and to be brought into that conversation about how we can address that, which seems to be still equally thorny.
Do you have thoughts on a motion on that topic?
I can craft one. Or,
Mr. Mitchell? You look thoughtful.
I'm wondering why we need a motion. We just need
I
to
don't
be.
know.
Okay, just wondering. I think we just
All right,
need to be
yes.
thoughtful about it.
all right, yes. Yeah, okay. I would move that the Planning Commission resolve to request the HAC participate and request that staff and council facilitate the HAC's review of the sensitive communities issue for the purposes of developing a policy and applying it to our zoning code.
Do I hear a second on that proposal?
Apparently not.
I just don't know that it's an appropriate thing to motion. Seems like it's something that starts at the staff level. There's a process that I'm not aware of, and not to lack totally valid point, but just not
So
not
to,
motionable.
yeah, so to address, yes.
Mr. Freeze, please. You know something about process.
I just wanted to note that both myself and Sam Sanders are going to be attending the next HAC meeting, and I know one of the topics of conversation is going to be the sensitive communities conversation. So, I mean, maybe at the minimum we can have that conversation and see where we end up.
That's fine by me. That wasn't what, those weren't my orders from Chair Johnson, however. But that's fine. I can withdraw the motion if that's.
Seems like we have a reasonable path forward.
Yeah.
Thank you for raising the issue.
Yep.
Any additional concerns or issues to bring up on this item?
The Module 3 or zoning. The one thing I wanted to bring up was from a speaker earlier today on the removal of, that civil penalties are waived against land use development, something like that. Not sure what the exact language was, but I think it was brought up during the tree commission meeting. And basically, you know, if we have a developer and they have to cut down some trees, do they end up, the penalties they would have had to pay get waived because it's a land development use. And we don't want that to happen because we want them to pay if they do cut down trees. That's kind of the loophole we're trying to close with this.
Thank you.
If it's an issue.
Yeah, so I had taken notes on that at the meeting as well, and we need to have legal counsel take a look at that, because that's been language that had been carried over, and so we definitely have pointed that out as something to take a look at, and we appreciate the speaker, and we assume that the comment letter that we'll get from the tree commission is going to include that as well, which will be helpful. So, on the radar.
Thanks. Any additional discussion on this item? At this time, I would like to turn to a preliminary discussion of Jefferson Park Avenue 104 Stadium. And ideally, I'd like to hold this to 45 minutes. We might be able to do it. It could happen.
Planning Commission, Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. I'll go through this quickly so that you can have your discussion and provide feedback to the applicant. Subtext, developers, they're looking to redevelop the 6 properties between Stadium Road, Emmett Street, and Jefferson Park Avenue into a multifamily building with up to 350 units. The proposed development will be approximately 101 to 115 feet in height with structured parking and improvements to city infrastructure. To facilitate this development, as presented, the applicant will need to pursue multiple approvals from City Council. These include rezoning of the subject property from R3 residential to planned unit development, PUD, removal of the IPP designation from 104 Stadium Road through both a zoning map amendment and a zoning text amendment, approval of a critical slope waiver, closure of Woodrow Street, the probably approval of a sidewalk waiver for a portion of Montebello, and the development right affirmation for related to the restrictions placed on 409 Stadium Road. So there's a lot of complicated things that will need to happen with this development moving forward. It's a very preliminary stage. The applicant and their team are looking for feedback tonight from Planning Commission on the proposed project prior to moving forward with application submittals and public hearings. In your packet, staff has a few questions you might want to consider. The applicant and their team with William Mullins is here tonight. They have a short presentation, and they are also available to answer questions, and they have a few questions at the end of their presentation. With that, I will see if you have any quick questions, but I'd like to turn it over as soon as possible to the application team so they can give their presentation and you can start to provide feedback.
Mr. Mitchell.
The restrictions on 409 Stadium Road, what are they?
They were placed when the IPP was placed on 104 Stadium. Basically, from my understanding, it was they said we'll put this IPP on 104 and you can't develop on the neighboring property.
The city also sold them that property at the time, right?
Yeah, I think that was part of the conditions for selling the property was think of it as a restrictive covenant.
Okay, so that's 409 there. That's 409.
Oh.
Okay, cool. Okay, now I get it.
Any additional questions for staff? Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll turn it up to William Mullins.
Sorry.
What do you have?
So you put in there, I think, in that table of the differences, in the proposed PUD, for affordable units, you had 5% over 1 FAR. Did you just put that in because that's the current requirement, or because they've actually said that they would be adhering to the current requirement?
There's no proffer statement at this time from the applicant, so that is when you go through a rezoning or an SUP, that is 3412.
Yep, great, thanks. Got it.
All right,
Thanks. You seem familiar.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Valerie Long with Williams Mullen. Thanks for the opportunity to be here tonight. We really appreciate it. We are representing the applicant Subtext on the project. Joining me is my colleague, Megan Nadastup. We have several representatives with Subtext here tonight, including the project architect, Neil Reardon, with ESG Architects, who's going to be giving you a presentation about the design and the project generally. We just want to introduce it, and I can provide a very detailed explanation about the deed restrictions on 409, Mr. Mitchell, if you'd like. We didn't factor that time into our presentation, but I'd be happy to answer that question and provide you with some detail on it. But the restrictions do provide in the deed that's recorded that they can be amended with the consent or approval of City Council. So it's one of many steps, as Matt mentioned, to bring this project to fruition.
Would you be able to walk us through it in about 30 seconds?
Sure. 409 Stadium, which is on the corner, and maybe if I could ask that our slides be put up briefly, and I could turn to one of the pages that shows a map. I think that might be helpful to, if you don't mind scrolling through until we get to a map showing the parcels. One more, I think it's the next one. There we go. I don't know if it's possible to zoom in on that, but on the sort of top right corner of the assemblage is 409 Stadium. And then just to the left of that is 104 Stadium. 409 Stadium was owned by the city prior to 2011. The city put out a request for proposals to local, or really to anyone who wanted to buy the property and develop it with residential units. There were two bidders. One applicant proposed to build a relatively small apartment building. I can't remember exactly how many units, but I think it was maybe in the 12-unit range, roughly. Then the owner of the adjacent parcels also had a proposal. They very much wanted, because they owned everything else, they wanted to own 409 as well. The neighbors who weighed in on the issue very much did not want any development on 409, so they advocated for council to accept the offer from the owner of 104 Stadium. And that owner proposed that he would agree not to develop right then on 409, and that he would voluntarily put up 104 Stadium as an individually protected property, because there is this stone house on site. There was no discussion at that time in 2011 about any historic characteristics of 104 Stadium, which is why ultimately, well, I shouldn't say why, but as I think you all may know now, just last week, City Council did approve a certificate of appropriateness permitting the stone house to be removed on 104 Stadium. And then tonight, as you all initiated the zoning text amendment to remove the first step in removing the individually protected property status of that property. So that's the history. Mr. Mitchell, it was really an effort to not have any housing on that parcel, even though that's what the original request for proposal was for. There was quite a long discussion at City Council about that issue, and it was ultimately a split vote. So it was a very interesting history. Be happy to elaborate. I've got all the records if you need to, but that's the gist of it.
Please no.
Which neighbors? I thought you said that MSC owned all of the other adjoining parcels.
Some neighbors in the adjacent neighborhood. So there were a lot of comments about the importance of having open space there and some sort of room to breathe and parkland and so forth. So as I hope you'll agree when you see the proposal we have, most of that corner is left open with some sort of quasi-public space and landscaping, sidewalks, improvements, that sort of thing. But the building will not be right up there on the corner. But we think at least it will relate to the street and this important intersection in an appropriate way. And then also, of course, the entire project will provide substantial number of units that we all know need. Interestingly, just for what it's worth, there are comments in the record at the time that the developer, the current owner at the time was saying, eventually I'd like to develop this property, but now, in 2011, our zoning ordinance is not where it would need to be to support it. And there's not a market right now. It was the, 2011, right at, the recession. But here we are, and obviously you all are taking the steps to move the zoning ordinance to a place that would support this type of use. So, thank you.
So, anybody else confused about the nomenclature? We go from 101 to 409. Is it just me, or is that kind of weird? Just kind of
I think a lot of it has to do with how those parcels were reconfigured and combined back in the 50s when some of the residential single-family homes were removed to construct the buildings that are now there that are apartment buildings. So when they moved lot lines around and combined lots, I think that accounts for that. So with that, I will introduce Neil Britton with ESG Architects, who will walk through our proposal.
We sure it's not just a typo? Should have been 109 and like someone misread it once. And
Listen, I've worked really hard to keep those numbers straight. So.
Commissioners, Chair, thanks for having me. I will keep it fairly brief, as I think there'll be a good dialogue back and forth. So I have about 15 slides here. I'll just give you the general framework of the plans. I want to preface this as these are very initial plans. Even some of the architecture you see here is really meant to just offer scale and context for the bigger questions that are really about the urban design and the public-facing portions of the project. So we have a long way to go. We acknowledge that, but we appreciate the working session here and gathering feedback that can inform our more complete submittals in the coming weeks and months. So just a kind of a front rendering here of a green cascading terrace. This will come up again in the presentation in a short minute. But if you can go to the next page, please. And maybe, I don't know if you can zoom to the full size. Here we just wanted to show you some of the projects that the developer Subtext has worked on around the country. These are generally campus adjacent rental housing, and these are examples of similar densities is what you're seeing here that have been built elsewhere in the country at major universities. Next slide, please. As you know, this is a site that just is really hugging the UVA grounds, and so it's about 3 1/3 acres as the assemblage of 6 parcels, and it's really hugged here to the north by the older part of the UVA grounds, and then the western as well with the western part of campus. Next slide, please. We wanted to identify just some major components in the city here so people saw why this was such a great site. The site, and we can go to the next slide probably again. I think all of you are familiar with that. Valerie had this up a moment ago. This shows the 6 parcels. The 6 parcels are down. I'll just use this to slide as context. The 6 parcels are kind of down in a bowl. Of a lower area with height up on hills on 3 sides actually. To the south on Montebello, to the west across Stadium Road, and then to the north with Kirchhoff Hall and across Emmett Street essentially. Next slide, please. So future land use designation is urban mixed use corridor. You are all familiar with that. Next slide. And then the draft zoning originally had split zoning here, and as was already noted by Matt, the Woodrow delineation there split that zoning at that time when it was drafted. I know there's been a discussion beyond that, and we're interested in talking about that with you all. But technically at this time, this was still the draft. So we wanted to note that the 4 parcels on the north then of Woodrow have that darker designation, and then the 2 parcels, the one large and small parcels to the south, have the other designation. Next slide, please. So what we've produced here is a conceptual site plan here, and what I'll note is that the setbacks are not, completely defined. These dimensions are nowhere near set in and locked in any means, and in fact, there is a range on each side. But generally, what we're trying to do with this site plan is offer enough green space on on all parts of the project, but particularly on the edges where it's public facing. We are reorganizing, just to kind of start on the perimeter, we are reorganizing the sidewalks so they can come off of the curb and creation of a boulevard for pedestrian safety and the proper buffer between the public and private components there. The property lines are a little unique in that they bounce around a little bit. So our backup sidewalk is not always at the property line, and we've made site plan accommodations and started to think about how we're going to lay out the site accordingly. What we have here, though, is about 50 feet in grade change on the site between the high point where it says Montebello Circle there and a very low point along Jefferson Avenue Park. So we are spanning that with what we call a podium. It's the base of the building. It mostly contains parking. And what we've done, just to kind of work our way up from the site plan, what we've done here is line that parking podium with 3 stories of residential units on the very eastern side along JPA. And you'll see a rendering here in a moment of that area, but I wanted to point that out on the site plan before we got there. And then generally above that, we are looking at a 9-story building here with this footprint at the time, for the time. And we create 2 courtyards, an active courtyard on the south, a more passive courtyard on the north side. Additionally, on the north side, what we're really, and what you saw in the very first rendering in this packet, was a cascading terrace that really transitions between the public facing sidewalk along Emmett and the courtyard to the north, which is more private and for residents. Additionally, we have set 2 major entries to the building at the northeast and northwest corners. We think that's where the pedestrian flow comes from for the university. The major one being likely at the northwest, and the secondary one, which would also serve a lot of residents and visitors, at the northeast corner. And you'll see some imagery of those in a moment. But generally, again, I wanted to note that the numbers and the metrics shown on here of 350 units and 500 parking stalls, as well as the height, these are all conceptual frameworks for us to operate under and come back again with a more detailed proposal at a later date. Next slide, please. What we've done here is just some preliminary massing, and this does not show the articulation of windows or anything, and it's meant to convey the building's massing and height from this perspective. So this would be a...
Is that the UVA building over there on the upper right?
Correct.
Right.
Yep. And so we'd be like, this is a bird's eye view if you were above the bridge that goes over Emmett, connecting sort of the east and west parts of campus. It's that vantage point looking southeasternly. So you can see some of the buildings there on the right that are on to the university. I'll show those in a section in a moment. Next slide, please. This rendering is from the northeast corner, and so this would be that secondary entrance for residents to the building. The site slopes, so each of these entries that you see in the foreground and then in the background here are at different heights, and that cascading terrace is spanning between those. Again, not meant to show architecture, but meant to show how we're thinking about the public-facing portions of the project along Emmett. Next slide, please.
Scooting on the sidewalk.
Here's another rendering, kind of getting up a little closer. There is this, slip lane that comes by right there. You can see where those, in this depicted rendering, where those people are walking across with the bike into that median. Again, meant to convey kind of the feel of what it would be like to approach the building. Next slide. And then again, this cascading terrace, this is looking east from what would be the main entrance down the cascading terrace towards JPA. And our idea here is that, this is not a final design, but the possibilities of how to really improve this site with this public to private transition on this cascading terrace, we think is pretty meaningful. Whether people are, it's private property, residents are there, but it really has a beautiful public-facing component. Next slide. These would be the townhouses that I alluded to along JPA. So in a lot of projects like this, we end up with a scenario where we have a parking garage and there's a blank facade. We really want to activate that space. There's 3 stories of residential units facing here, and there is you'll see in the site plan in a minute, the vehicular entry for residents is along JPA here, and you can see where that blue car is going in. That's where that is. This is an early rendering showing what these walk-up units at the lowest portion of that 3-story component would look like. Very much needs more thought and design, but we do have a relatively deep setback there, and so we're hoping that these would be active, but yet private enough to be meaningful residential spaces. They're not going to be tucked away and be overly private, but they're going to have. They're going to promote eyes on the street. They're going to promote pedestrian safety along there, and the entire public realm is really improved from what exists today on JPA. Next slide, please. So here you're looking at that site plan again, and the big red lines are, you'll see in a moment, are 2 cross sections, which we thought would be helpful for tonight's discussion to help you grasp kind of what this looks like in section. I'll just note while we're looking at this, that parking entry along JPA there, you can see it's labeled. And then there's another second curb cut we're proposing on JPA there, which would be service exit only. So that curb cut would be a right in and a right out for residential parking. And then it would be a right in, and then that service exit would be a right out on the bottom for garbage and other service components to come in and out. The only other spot where we're proposing a curb cut on the projects is along Stadium Road there, where you can see we have a drop-off pickup covered court. And this gets us to our main entry here. It gets deliveries, ride share, all of that off the street and happening underneath the building and closer to the main entry. So those components, that's essentially the summary of the curb cuts at this time. We do not have a curb cut along Montebello. We do have a egress exit stair coming out of a sunken courtyard. So I guess just to get into some of the variations in the grade on the site and how we're approaching that southern courtyard, which I described as the active courtyard, is sunken. It's about about a story or a story and a half lower than Montebello Circle, where you see the label for Montebello Circle. And so that part of the project is just lower. And then I think what I'll do now is go to the next slide and go to the sections. And first, what you're seeing here is that red line, that long cross section that goes east to west. So here you can see on the left, and the background image is not coming through in this particular image, but we had set some of the imagery behind it at a certain point, and maybe it is if you zoom in. But I apologize. We had an image behind here that depicted kind of the height of the buildings behind up on the hill, Kirchhoff Hall, a few of the other adjacent properties. But generally what this is depicting is Stadium Road is about 30 feet higher on the west than JPA is on the east. So when I said that we had a podium spanning that grade change, this section here showing the darker gray on the bottom, that's the parking zone of the project, and then the lighter gray of 3 stories facing JPA, and then these bars with the courtyards in between as residential. What I've done also in here is layered in where the CX8 zoning proposed lid would be based on an average early calculation of an average grade plane. And so I thought, again, this diagram would be helpful for the discussions tonight and the discussions you've already had about the site regarding future zoning. We can go to the next slide for the north-south section. This section is a little more zoomed in, and you can start to see some of the imagery very faintly in the background there with the trees. The buildings we depicted across to the west are kind of in the background in this particular image. What we've done here is layer in the adjacent property to the south across Montebello, and then showing here how that steps down and how height is being thought about relative to that adjacent property, the Montebello right-of-way, and where our massing at this time is currently proposed. And again, you can see if you maybe zoom down a little bit, there's a 3-story parking podium at the base here, and you can see the grade plane lines there with the dashed lines coming across. Kind of 3 of them from top to bottom is Montebello, Emmett to the north, which times out on the right-hand side. And then at the bottom, the dashed line is JPA, essentially where that lowest level of the building is along JPA. So a lot to understand, a lot of grading change, but we thought this would be helpful for the discussion tonight to cue it up. And then lastly, I think next slide, I just wanted to put a couple questions up here hopefully we can have a discussion about. The first, we want to do active uses and promote just really good public-facing parts of this project. Doing that well creates a meaningful, lasting building. We approach all of our projects that way. And the project is looking to achieve an equilibrium on parking. We know your current parking requirements under the old zoning, and we pretty much have a pretty good idea where they're headed under the new zoning, but what's the adequate amount? And then lastly, we are, as Matt mentioned, looking at this as a planned unit development approach for a variety of reasons, in which we can get into. But one of the main reasons is we can compile the guidance and requirements from a variety of areas into that process. And our hope is to find the right balance between density, green space, and all the other guidance and requirements that exist. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to do a round robin, starting with Mr. Mitchell.
So I spent 45 minutes over there today looking for 409, and I didn't find it. But as I was looking, I also didn't notice that there were any waterways at the base of this. Are there waterways at the base of this project?
Valley Road.
There's water?
Across JPA, Valley Road.
And that's a waterway? There's water.
There's a waterway that runs along Valley Road
Okay.
across JPA.
Is that why it's called Valley Road?
It's in a pipe under this property.
Ah, okay, so it's protected?
How do you mean?
It's in a pipe.
Yes, in a sense.
So, okay, so I just wanted to understand that. And again, maybe we can just talk about this when we get to it, but the second item in the proposed talking points speaks to things that we'd like to see, because we can't really do proffers. And I'm wondering, is there an affordable housing component here, or if it's possible, Ms. Creasy and Mr. Freeze, to give some thought to the housing fund as we proceed.
Mr. Gronzi.
Yeah, I don't, the questions here and the ones posed, I don't know if I have quick answers to any of them. I don't, why don't you come back to me?
Fine. Mr. Bob.
Patrick, could we get the questions back? Sorry. I forgot them already.
They've got those, they got the applicant's questions, but they're also questions for us as well, that staff posed. They're different.
Mr. Bob.
Are we doing just the questions or just our comments or whatever I want?
Whatever you wish. This is your time.
I think I appreciate the enhancement of the pedestrian experience along that. It is a narrow sidewalk now when I walk down with cars zipping right by you. So I think that's a major improvement the way it's presented. I wonder if that courtyard could be included in the public realm that's kind of up the hill, and why it wouldn't be. I think the site itself, it's an important site. It's a transition from Charlottesville to UVA to the JPA neighborhood, and it should be treated as such. I know we're not looking at architecture specifically, but the precedent images could have been anywhere. And this is a site that's pretty important to get right. I think that's a concern, plus maybe just something I'm looking for in the next iteration of this. I'll leave the architects to figure that out. And one thing I noticed also, curious about the affordable housing component. There's something about the parking entry. We were looking at that and the service entry. I wonder why the parking entry wasn't farther away from the corner. Why not flip those? But I'll leave that to the traffic engineer. That's generally all I had. More questions I had were more detailed on retaining walls and how you're navigating that slope at the back and the relationship of height and how appropriate that is to Montebello. It's, when I was first looking at the images that we had, because I didn't have the site sections, it seemed like, I think I miscounted. I thought there were a little less stories on that side of the site. But I think just taking all that in consideration of how the site transitions from the neighborhood scale and Montebello and how it connects to UVA, I think a positive in looking at this, it kind of reminded me of the Alderman dorms. So it has that, the new ones, kind of has that certain tie into the UVA theme. I actually prefer the images that we saw over all of the precedent images of the built projects, to be honest. Yeah.
Ms. Russell?
I don't think I've reviewed any PUD projects from the beginning. And so it's that's the process that the developer is hoping to go through and not the rezoning, presumably. And reading, you know, what our objectives are in the PUD, this just seems kind of weird. And maybe I'm just kind of have a misunderstanding of what a PUD, sometimes my conception of it. Because I kind of thought of it as like a cluster of developments rather than just sort of one like tentacle of a structure. And so I just, maybe I'm just a little confused by the plan and its relationship to the street, which is also weird because there's 1 million things kind of going on. But I don't really see how this is taking advantage of much open space because it's pretty much building out all of it with a lot of hardscaping as well. Those are some of my reactions. So maybe that's speaking to question 3. And it seems like there's a lot of parking being provided relative to some of the other projects we've looked at. So maybe that's something we might want to talk about as a commission. So my thoughts right now.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
Well, starting with some of these discussion items, you know, the parking, I mean, you guys tell us what you need. And, I mean, I have, no need for us to set a minimum on you. You know, with the PUD approach, it seems like one of the benefits we're getting is that our new zoning code is going to ask for much smaller setbacks. And I think that this is, well, one of my criticisms of most of JPA is I wish it would be a little more urban, and I think that we're going to get there with the new zoning code. This one parcel seems like having more green space makes more sense. So it seems like it's a nice exception to the rule that our new zoning code may not allow. At the same time, I would like to better understand, you know, what are the other differences, what things that they're proposing would or would not be allowed with our new zoning code, and I haven't quite gotten my head around all of that. You know, if PUDs are supposed to be for something that's unique and creative and exceptional, I don't know that that's what this is, but it does give us some more flexibility with the setbacks. Whoever mentioned the affordable housing, I'm completely in agreement with that, and it looks like they're doing 9 stories, so that's they're taking advantage of the bonus, so we probably need to consider that when either a fee or affordable units are proposed as part of the final project. Yeah, I was surprised, very grateful for the site section, but surprised that it really is going to be much, much taller than Montebello. But I think, you know, it's a site that I think we deserve some height and deserve some density, and that was, I think, always the plan all along, even back when council was doing whatever they did with 409 and 104. And that's my ramble.
Thank you for it. Mr. Stolzenberg.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what commissioners have said so far. I think it is an important and large site that really is, you know, an entrance and a major intersection at the university. And to me, this design that the presentation made me feel a little bit better about some of these aspects, but this design seems like it's just this like big block dumped, like the footprint of it especially, kind of dumped onto the site in a way that sort of fits. And that doesn't really, you know, address the street in a way that activates it. And it kind of reminds me of the Lewis and Clark building at, you know, Water and Ridge McIntyre, where it's like not oriented the way the street is, for example. And it seems to be driven by this huge parking podium in the bottom. And there's a lot of nice things I'm going to say about the next project you were going to bring before me that that do not apply to this, because it's pretty rough from an urban design standpoint. And seeing this much parking and that massive podium almost makes me want to start thinking about parking maximums in the new ordinance, because of the way it's driving this design to be bad. And the front setbacks, I think, violate the new ordinance. They're too large. The buildings are far from the street. And you know, I hate to be the guy to demand commercial space that's going to sit vacant. But the new ordinance, I think, strikes a pretty good balance of these commercial ready rules, that it doesn't seem like anywhere here is commercial ready. And I mean, I like the idea of the townhomes lining the parking on JPA. And actually, part of me thinks that if you're going to put a commercial space, Stadium would be the appropriate place, because it would serve Engineers Way, it would be at grade, and potentially serve the stadium during stadium events. And you know, I like the idea of putting a lot of housing here and having something that's better than there is now. And I think it's an appropriate place for tall buildings, given the topography and the location. It is right next to UVA. It is a much better location even than the Ivy Road one. And I hope that you guys can architect up a good project here and reduce the parking by a lot.
Mr. Duranzio.
So, a couple of things on the affordable housing piece, sort of, well, first of all, I'm agnostic on the setbacks, particularly in the context of the traffic flow around that corner and the concealment of, and sight lines and such, particularly since we've got curves and essentially 3 roads coming together. I'm not sure what the Euclidean lines really look like from sites and turns. So I'm agnostic on that. As far as the affordable housing piece, the question I ask is that this may be a question of how do we measure that. There are, if we're measuring it by AMI, tons of JPA is, quote, affordable housing under that definition. That, you know, if we're evaluating the income of the residents, this is, you know, these census tracts are, quote, poverty-stricken, but the people aren't poor. So it's difficult to sort of figure out how one would measure that. I mean, are a bunch of the people in this building going to be at 60% or below? Sure, because mom and dad are co-signing the lease. So I'm not really sure how we deal with that in particular.
Mr. Freese, you have thoughts?
I'm not going to claim any expertise in this space, but just a couple of thoughts on student housing and AMI and all that. It's tricky, but HUD specifically excludes students in the sense that in order for a student to qualify for affordable housing in designated need restricted, they have to demonstrate that their parents qualify.
Do they?
Yeah, and that's in the HUD rules.
Huh.
So it's not the student's income that would come into play, it's the parent's income.
That's a, yeah.
There are
Well,
some cities, I think, we talked about it at some point with the Pell Grants, and if you're eligible for a Pell Grant, you
You're
can be-
eligible for a Pell Grant, that might be a not bad, I mean, it's as good a placeholder as any.
Right. It's one of the challenges that we run into, and I think it's one of the places where I suspect we're going to have ongoing conversations, but it is one of the challenges we run
Yeah, I
into
mean-
with the student housing.
Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking about how administering that seems it can be somewhere between hairy and nightmarish if it's not just done just right,
Hmm.
and figuring it out.
Yeah, and there's no question that, and again, I'm not an expert, I know just a little tiny bit, but I know that that student housing is one of the challenging areas, and HUD has rules in that space.
Yeah, and I guess we're also, in this calculus is, if we're providing a dense student-based housing, I mean, this has come up before and it's not worked, but the idea is that if we have a pile of units that are sort of student housing pointed, that this relieves other parts of the market. So
Right.
far, as far as I can tell, that hasn't really worked, but,
We've had quite a bit of that, actually.
really, well, I'm thinking about how the flats ended up going sideways on that, but.
Well, I'm just, anecdotally,
Yeah.
I don't have numbers
Yeah.
and specifically, but, I mean, since the zoning code came in from 2003,
Yeah, well,
we've had a huge
yeah,
increase in the
yeah.
school population, which has come from families taking back over homes that were student.
We're student, yeah, so, yeah, again, the measurement of that and how that's happening, I don't know how we trace it. It's an interesting 7-variable conundrum, and I don't know how that fits into the proffer world in a way that's coherent. Having said that, I mean, I don't have any solutions either.
The other thing I want to know, and I also don't know how this fits into the larger project, but when we're looking at that intersection today, recognize that that intersection is difficult today because everything is pulled back from it. You have kind of blank hillsides, and then those curves are engineered to invite high speeds.
Mhm.
So there is that environment right now as it presents today, and why we all have this instinct of wanting to pull away from it is because it's inviting high speeds.
Yeah.
And just today was talking with my transportation planning team about really we need to be thinking about, and probably should have already been thinking about, given the number of students who are traversing that collection of intersection space, that we should be thinking about how to tame that intersection and
I
not
guess-
treat it like a high-speed, rounded curves.
Is that the sort of thing you would work with an applicant building on a large lot next door to help reconfigure that intersection to make more sense for their project and everyone?
I don't even know at this point, but that's got to be part of the conversation, yeah.
I'll say that one of my first experiences in Charlottesville in the early 90s is I watched a kid get killed at that spot.
It puts a very fine point on long overdue.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Palmer, yours may have been burning. Do you have thoughts on this?
The last comment by Mr. Freyes was really on point with what I was thinking about, looking a little beyond the site to those two intersections, Stadium and then JPA, because we know that they're difficult to traverse for pedestrians and bikers. And we've thought about that too. So any collaboration that could include the university as well, we'd definitely be interested in, at least being in the conversation, giving our perspective. Generally, Captain Obvious here, you couldn't really ask, it's probably the best place for student housing in the city. From a student standpoint, you want to be right across from your classes. So I think the intent is great. Again, just thinking about the pedestrian and bike experience around the site, through the site, whatever, I think is gonna be key, and working with the new bike ped coordinator and Ben Chambers and the rest of the staff to get a great, outcome there. I guess, obviously there seems like there needs to be some amount of mixed use there. We're not really hearing any specifics. Parking wise, my only thought is, I know it's right next door to us, so is the large amount of parking potentially not for resident use? And how does the city feel about that? And, I think that's something for y'all to probably think about. And will a traffic study support the large number of parking spots there? Because with one access to a parking garage, it might right in, right out. I don't know, maybe it might cause some redesign, need for redesign at the very least, and maybe look at how you can access from Stadium Road too or something. But yeah, beyond that, I guess just editorially, I'm sad to see the Stone House potentially go. I think it would be a really great, what do you call that, olive branch to the community to incorporate it in the design somehow. I don't think it's probably impossible, but my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Bill, do you have any concern over visibility from the rotunda? Is Rice Hall?
Yeah, I don't know exactly the heights, and where it will land.
might be
My guess
something.
is Rice Hall is already higher than it, and
Okay.
certainly you can see the stadium
Yeah.
really well from most places. So, yeah, it's a good point and something to think about. But until we know like the actual height
Yeah.
and where that height is occurring.
Might just be
kinda hard
something to consider moving forward
Yeah.
on maybe a lot of the development down JPA.
I have many thoughts. Yeah, it's a ton of parking. I can see why there would be some good in having some parking. It is driving the design, that is clear. I agree that this is reacting to the conditions of the present roadway, which are not great and have not been great for a very long time, I'm sorry to say. It's hard for the city and the university to collaborate effectively sometimes. We're trying to be better, but it's just hard to catch things like this. I believe that if we can get the roadway to be in a better condition, we could have a more human-friendly design that could make sense, and a more commercial-friendly design that could make sense. Which I don't think we're going to solve activation of the facade through design. I think we're going to solve that through safety and loving people and making people love to be there, which right now we just haven't done. If we could improve those intersections to allow more of a block-like condition, more of a box, instead of that sort of scalloped stair-step kind of pedestrian experience, I think that would work better aesthetically. I think it would be more of an urban kind of experience, and less this sort of auto-oriented sort of design, which is understandable given current conditions, but I would like to see better conditions. And I hope that we can see that in a reasonable amount of time. It is reasonable to expect students to be in this area. And I agree, if our zoning can't get this right, then there's something wrong with our zoning. This is the kind of thing that we want to get right. It is important. PUD, it's a necessary evil. This is not what PUDs are for. PUDs are for preserving open space and to encourage clustering of development, as you said, Ms. Russell. PUDs have been used as a workaround for bad zoning for many years, at least in Charlottesville, which is understandable, but not where we want to live. So I hope we can move beyond that in the very near future. But if we can't, I completely understand having to deal with bad rules. That makes sense to me. Anything else big? That makes sense. Broadly, I think I understand the design objectives, and this is a very good place for student housing. Makes perfect sense to me. That's what I've got. 8:34, not too far.
Chair, I had
Mr. Bob.
just another question to the applicant on bedroom counts. When I checked their website, it's like, 5-bedroom units, 4-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units. So I do agree the parking counts are high, but I wonder if that's why they had them that high or not, if they were accounting for just really big bedroom counts.
Do you want to take that?
Hi, Mitch Cordy. I'm with Subtext, the developer. Before I answer your question, I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate all the feedback. It's been great to hear. Obviously, things that we've been thinking about over the past couple months, and this is our kind of first blush at what we want to put in front of you guys, but this is why we're doing it, just to get this feedback. So, to answer your question about parking, I think we really like what we're hearing about parking. We will look at reducing it. I think it's a balance. If you provide parking for everyone will bring a car. At the same time, it has to be marketable. With this location, I think there's definitely an opportunity to reduce the number of parking spaces. And it'll have a ripple effect on the design, and Neil can kind of talk through that, but I think that's definitely something that we're glad we're sort of on the same page, and we'll continue to move forward with that.
Thanks. I encourage you to talk to, Ms. Long can introduce you possibly to the Envoy people to get some car share here and, help get car shares for people to use so they don't need their own car, because students drive very rarely. They just keep those cars sitting around for no reason.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We would much rather provide some smart alternatives, bike share, car share, lots of on-site bike parking, scooters. So we'd much rather take that approach than just more parking. Yep.
Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, sorry to add another comment in here. I am wondering how this thing would work with our future block standards for maximum block size. Because I think one of the things that has actually been bugging me is it's a really, really, really big building, but it's broken down a lot. So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, well, you're doing all these things, jogs and step backs and massing to make it not like one big massive building. But it is one big 9-story wall towards Montebello and towards the university. And I could be wrong, but I'm thinking our new zoning code would never allow a building this big, because you'd have to put a street through the middle of it. So something to consider. It looks like it's big enough that you're gonna have multiple elevators, multiple stair cores, things like that. So if there is some way to divide up the tower portions, I don't know how everyone else feels about that, but it just seems like it's
I can address that, Commissioner. We have looked at the new zoning and the perimeter dimension. We're on the cusp of it, and as to how it's applied to what the definitions, as these 6 parcels are assembled into one, we'd still need to work through that with staff, but that was on our radar to understand that ask in the new zoning and how we would or wouldn't be required if we were to enter the new zoning. So it's on our radar, and we look forward to working with staff on it in terms of how we would demonstrate compliance or an alternate compliance along that guidance. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Any more on this item?
And I think to that point, we don't necessarily need a street through there. A potential pedestrian connection of some kind would also serve pretty well to divide it up. Also, I appreciate you guys adding a little bit of local context by changing your slide that said UVA campus to UVA grounds in your presentation. Suggests some added cornices would help fit the vibe as well.
Please.
I can send you a 37-page document on them that Jeff sent me. You're supposed to read it and summarize it for me. I just want to throw into this, and it's not something you all will solve this evening, but both this project and the next one will go presumably to the Entrance Corridor Review Board. And so typically for a large-scale project like this, when it comes to the Board of Architectural Review, we work through, not years of, but, a couple meetings of sort of building a discussion about the design. You all typically don't do that, not that I at least am aware of in my 5 years. So if it's, if you all are hoping for them to just bring you a design and you look at it, then communicate that. Or if there's a way that you want to sort of chunk through this and have a discussion, I think you need to give that some thought and maybe give them some direction on how you'd like to do that. This is a large project. And I can say in conversations with some of the BAR decisions on West Main, you all can establish that block length. That's within that design review purview. So just don't want that to get lost in the equation here. But it is a process that you all typically don't do, that sort of series of discussions. If you want to do it, start to have that conversation soon.
Something we have done in the past is have just a couple of commissioners meet with applicants prior to design review, just to talk through problems in detail. I've found that process useful. If that's of interest to any commissioners, I'd be happy to make that happen.
Yeah, I think those small scale discussions could be more fruitful as a give and take, though I do think there might be some value in having some design-ish work sessions or ECRB type work sessions, just to, because this is a very large project on a large parcel in a very key location. Though I hate to do design by committee, so.
I think it's more of a check by committee, as in, are they presenting something that they should continue to go down that same path?
Yeah.
So that's kind of on us not to design it for them.
Yep.
Any additional discussion on this item? Did you get what you needed?
I just wanted to address one other thing. When I walked away, I thought of it. I didn't in my presentation necessarily, to Commissioner, to your point, talk about how we weren't building to the perimeter necessarily, but that was called for in the zoning. So we did acknowledge that, but I think you actually, through your conversation here, encapsulated it pretty well. The streets are what they are, yes, and we're reacting to that. But I appreciate that commentary because, I think for our own internal evaluation after this feedback, that's really helpful for us to understand how to maybe not pull back so much from the property lines, extend those and see how that could improve the site plan and the massing and all the other pieces of the project. So I really appreciate that component of it. And then the other loose item I had is somebody had a question about bedrooms, but I don't know if that got addressed.
I just asked what the bedroom, if you had a bedroom count idea, because I know your units they're bigger than typical units because it's student housing. You have 4 or 5 bedrooms in your portfolio.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think that is decided upon yet, but in a forthcoming application, that'll be more defined in terms of the number of bedrooms and the percentage unit mix. So typically, we don't determine that at an early stage, but there's a certain amount of square footage devoted to residential in the building at this time. So.
Something I generally ask architects, and they always hate it, so I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
If you could share some thoughts on the stone building, if any of those elements could be preserved or reflected in the design.
Sure. That has come up and was on our radar of the use of some of the materials upon the demolition of that building. And yeah, we're very open to incorporating those in the most appropriate locations within the building, whether that's interior or exterior, as a remnant of what was on the site in prior. Yeah, so the team is absolutely open to that, and it was already something we were thinking about as a legacy element to the site.
Who, just to interpret the answer is you're not going to keep the stone building, but you may use the materials
yes,
in the stone building.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, the reuse of I want to make sure that's clear. The reuse of the materials that or some of the materials from the component of that, from the tear down of that building could be incorporated into a new design. But really it's just that, it's just the materials, it's not the entire structure or most of the structure.
It's just such a beautiful building.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
How are we feeling? Do we want to do another? Do we want to break? Sounds like we're strong. Let's talk about more designs. I would like to discuss 2111 Ivy Road.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Dan O'Connell, the third NDS planner of 3. Here to introduce a preliminary discussion on behalf of Williams Mullen and RMD Properties LLC, who are proposing to redevelop a commercial property located at the intersection of Ivy Road and Copley Road. The site consists of a single lot that is currently developed with a commercial drive-through bank, and the applicant is proposing to rezone this property from University Corridor to planned unit development, subject to a development plan. And PUDs are allowed on parcels such as this with less than 2 acres that are zoned to urban corridor, thanks to the zoning text amendment that was approved by City Council back in February. So, as said, this is urban corridor. It is also in an entrance corridor, so it will require a COA prior to site plan approval for the project. There are some questions that the applicant provided that are in the staff memo, and they will also, I believe, be restated as part of their presentation. But are there any questions for me before they get started?
Questions for staff on this item? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm still Valerie Long with Williams Mullen, representing the applicant, and hopefully you're not sick of me already tonight. RMD LLC is Development LLC is here tonight. Steve Buss, and we also have Tyler Ammerman. My colleague Megan Nadostup's still here. We appreciate, again, the opportunity to present some materials to you and get your feedback. It's very, very helpful to us, and we appreciate it. We also have some slides, and if we can sort of have a similar give and take question and answer process, that would be great. And I'm sure Steve and others might be interested in making some comments as well. So we do have some slides. Mr. Delahunt, thank you. Is there any way to reduce the lights right in front of the screen?
Yeah,
Does that make that,
for those.
would that make it easier to see perhaps?
Probably.
I don't know. Although that helped too.
That's
but-
better.
There you
That's
go.
it.
Yeah. Great. Does that help?
Oh,
Thank you. All right.
Good idea.
much better.
We'll go to the next slide. The site is located right on Ivy Road at the corner of Copley Road, which also is Alderman Road intersection. Currently the site of a bank building. I imagine you're all very familiar with it. Next slide. This just shows a little bit closer view to show the size of and shape of the parcel and the size of the existing building there. Obviously a very underutilized site at an important location adjacent to the university. Next slide. The comprehensive plan designation is urban mixed-use corridor. I know you all are very familiar with all the designations, and the existing zoning is urban corridor. This might help somewhat of a follow-up question from the prior project discussion, but similarly, we're proposing a plan unit development rezoning. I think it was you, Mr. Ursula Yates, who made the comment that the PUD zoning district is not ideal, but it does provide flexibility that is not available with the other zoning districts. The urban corridor has a zoning district, has a relatively low density limit. I believe it's 87 units per acre. And that's with special use permit, that's about as high as you can go. We think this location can handle substantially more units, but because the other zoning districts are all so geographically based, the ones that have higher density limits are, the downtown district, the Water Street district. Those would not be a good fit. We didn't think even just the name of them in this location. So then we started looking at the PUD, and we're very grateful to the Commission and Council for adopting the zoning text amendment that allows for a PUD to be at least proposed on a parcel less than 2 acres, which this is 1 acre. So what we've done all along is, and the architects and Steve and his team, is to design a building, obviously, that works right for this location and is sensitive to the context, but also that works to, as much as possible, design towards the direction of the new zoning ordinance, as much as possible. So we've incorporated that here, and we have some slides showing how this would compare to the draft zoning. And so maybe we'll go to the next slide, and which does show at this location, the CX8, for all 4 intersections, including this one. And so we have some slides. If you want, we can get into details about how the comparisons, but for the most part, there are a few exceptions, but for the most part, this project would also fit within the draft CX8 regulations. Next slide. So in general, summary here, again, proposed to rezone from urban corridor to the planned unit development district, proposing mixed-use residential over retail and commercial, 10 stories, about 3,000 square feet of non-residential space. We have some exhibits we'll show you. About 287 units. You can see a rough mix there of the unit types proposed. Parking inside under the building, modern amenities, which I'll speak to on the next slide. They've also been looking at the sidewalks and pedestrian conditions that exist there now. So proposal is to enhance the sidewalk along Ivy Road and add a sidewalk along Copley where there is not one now. Also, based on some feedback we received from staff and others, we're proposing an area to park or dock scooters and bike share for the reasons that have been discussed. Perhaps having a designated location for scooters would be helpful to address some of the concerns about them being left around. Next slide. This is just a bird's eye view of the project site concept plan. I'm happy to orient you, but maybe I'll start along there on Copley Road. You can see the garage entrance there, as well as the scooter entrance and the bike entrance. And then the retail entrance there moving towards the left, towards the intersection. And then kind of around the corner, and by the way, this is, you can see the roof, but on the ground floor there would be retail space, probably a cafe, hopefully, and then leasing space, sort of back of the house things there. Oh, well, thank you. I don't know if this will work here or not, but thank you. Yeah, so retail space entrance here, kind of proposed coffee shop here. We have some other slides that will show it's a little bit better. Retail entrance here, lobby entrance. This would be the loading dock and service entrance here, separated from the main garage entrance. This is the looking down on the second floor where the pool and courtyard and other amenity areas would be. We have another slide that shows sort of on that floor rimmed with other amenity areas like a study space, fitness facilities. And then hopefully you can see on the roof, they're proposing a penthouse roof, gathering area with a deck, and this would be a walkway here so that folks coming up from the stairs could get there. On the ground level, this would be a bit of open space there. It is a tight site. We've worked to follow the draft setbacks in the ordinance, obviously maximize the development of the site, but also provide enough space at the ground level for the streetscape, to meet the streetscape requirements and the green space requirements, and be able to improve the pedestrian conditions on site. Next slide. Let's see, so this is the ground floor. So again, showing the garage entrance here, some parking spaces dedicated for the retail space here, and then there'd be probably a gate there, and the residents would access the parking there. There'd be another level below for resident parking. And then the designated sort of scooter bike share room, but this is a bike room for the residents. So nice large area there. Retail space, cafe space, and then obviously leasing, lobby, mailroom, those kind of things. And then again, the service entrance in this area. I think maybe the next slide is the way to go, and we can always come back to this. List of the amenities, we mentioned this is what is planned, probably fairly typical for a project like this, but particularly focus on study rooms, club rooms, rooftop terrace, bike storage. We don't have as much parking or not as much parking as proposed for this project compared to the last one. Several reasons for that, and I know Steve and his team can elaborate. But among other things, the location here is so close, even closer than the JPA site obviously is quite close to some of the classroom spaces and other departments. This one is practically next door to the grocery store, obviously very close to all the athletic facilities and other amenities, obviously very, very close to all of the new facilities that the university's building coming down Ivy Road, the new data school, the Karst Center, the Hotel Conference Center. So really another ideal location, we think, for students as well as young professionals, others. We think it'll be a very desirable location, but also even those who don't need a car because you're living in such a convenient location, having a place to store your bike safely, conveniently, having a nice dedicated space for scooters, bike shares, and they also are, as Commissioner Schulzenberg mentioned, proposing to work. They work with a company called Envoy, which is sort of like a modern Zipcar service, but the one distinction is that it's not, those cars would be set aside on site for the residents, not necessarily the members of the public. So it really does provide some efficiencies. We did, by the way, already submit the application for this project, unlike JPA, and it's in the details, but of course, Mr. Stolzenberg picked up on it. In terms of parking, the Envoy spaces, they tell me that they're equivalent to about 30 parking spaces per car. So it's a great way to provide those efficiencies. As someone mentioned, that students who, a lot of people want to have their car on site, but they don't actually use it very often. Envoy is perfect for that. Obviously, secure mail rooms and package delivery is a great, somewhat new thing with everyone's packages. Next slide. We wanted to incorporate the university's plans to, obviously, given its proximity to the university's property and their very thoughtful and well thought out designs, we wanted to be able to demonstrate the level of sensitivity and sort of looking to the plans there and how this could fit in recognition of their plans. We think it works well along, sort of as a continuation of their project. And I know a lot of decisions still to be made about their project and what's going to be where and how high things are, but we wanted to at least incorporate the latest images that we found. Thank you, Mr. Palmer, on the university's website. We did the same. Yes. And it was very helpful to have those images and be sure that we understood what was planned now and what might come in the future and how they might look. So we've been sensitive to that issue as well. We think they'll be very complementary, both in terms of character and scale and massing, but also just convenience for university faculty, staff, as well as students, whether it's undergraduate students, graduate students. Certainly I would expect students in the data science school would be, perhaps this would be particularly attractive to them. Perhaps staff who work at the hotel conference center. Anyway, next slide. So this is one of the most recent images from the university's materials, I think from their very recent Board of Visitors meeting, where they were, you can see here in the background, the Karst Institute for Democracy, they were showing updated renderings of that building. So it was very helpful for us to be able to, and you can see the buildings sort of photoshopped into that image to provide a feel for how the proposed building would fit into the continuation of the development along the corridor. Of course, you have all the other university facilities there, the athletic facilities nearby, showing how well it works, at least based on the designs that have been brought forward by the university thus far. Next slide. And then we finally have some other renderings. These are all very, very conceptual. Like the other project, this is also along an entrance corridor. So it will require a certificate of appropriateness from the Entrance Corridor Review Board. But we all know that it's helpful for you all and the public to be able to see some images and some renderings and help understand how the building would look, both on its own as well in context. Then this is a view from Ivy Road. Push the right button. So you can sort of see the ground floor there with the entrances to the lobby and the retail space and a future cafe space. Next slide. Obviously, we can come back to these as much as you would like. And this from Copley Road, showing the entrance to the garage here, the scooter room and so forth, does show a little bit of the grade change. And then the other entrances along in terms of scale. You can see here on this is the second floor where the swimming pool and amenity area would be for the residents. They are proposing balconies, and then you can see the rooftop terrace along the top, and then enhanced streetscape space. We have some other exhibits that'll show that a little better. Next slide. This is one showing a little bit how that would fit in. We recognize that without lots of any existing other buildings nearby, and certainly the future university buildings, it's a little hard to tell how it fits in with the surrounding area. Certainly it will be larger than things that are there now, but not out of scale, we think, with what the future zoning ordinance would permit and encourage in this location.
You're continuing those green space lines that the university is laying out?
Are we continuing them? You know, not directly, but that was part of what was informing the design there, I think, with having the courtyard space kind of right at the end of the green space there. Fits in well. And our team may want to speak to that more eloquently than I could. Next slide. And this is a similar rendering from Copley Road. You can see the car coming out of the garage there, and the new pedestrian or new sidewalk here that does not exist right now that will help. I don't know if you can see it through here, but this would be the sort of looking into a bike storage room. Although you wouldn't really be looking actually at the bikes that are stored inside, but the concept is for kind of a retail space with bikes, kind of a retail bike storage space. I'm not explaining that very well. I'll let Steve explain it because it's pretty cool. Just introduce yourself for the record, too.
Hi, good evening. I'm Steve Buss with RMD Properties. So I think what we're looking at doing, because it's a bike room, we don't want it to be looking into a bike room and bike racks and bike stuff sitting all around. So essentially what we're doing is we're putting a retail storefront on it, and then we'll make it like an homage to biking. So you just kind of like decorate it with kind of like a mural of bicycles, frankly. So that's just kind of how we want to, dress up, that side, because it is we're putting resident function there, but obviously Ivy Road's a better retail frontage, so that's why we've got the cafe and the retail on the Ivy and the Copley corner. But up on this side where we want essentially easy access. If you look back down at the ground floor, you've got easy access for all the residents to come down the main elevator and come out through that bike room, and then they can get easy access onto Ivy Road.
Okay. Thank you. Feel free to hang out. Next slide. There we go. Obviously another conceptual rendering along Ivy Road that, as Steve mentioned, shows the cafe space entrance, the ability to comply with the draft streetscape and greenscape regulations, and the lobby entrance there, and how you can activate that space with the small area for outdoor seating. Next slide. In summary, this is just looking at it from a slightly different angle to help demonstrate how the streetscape could be activated better and further the goals of the draft ordinance. Next slide. We're happy to come back to these at any time. We had a community meeting with the Lewis Mountain Road neighborhood and others 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think. And they had a lot of questions about the sort of size and concerns about the size and the massing at that location and how it would look from their neighborhood. And so based on that, Steve and his team asked their architects to prepare these images, sort of a simulation. We have one on the next page that'll show how it fits in an actual photo simulation, but how it would look from various vantage points. So you can probably tell, but that's the bank. I think it's a Wells Fargo Bank there on the corner left. And on the plan right corner, you can't see the building, but that's where the St. Mark's Lutheran Church is located. This is a slightly different design as well. You may notice on this area has the second floor. The massing's just been modified just a touch. Again, that's based on some comments and feedback we received from some of the public. And again, still conceptual, just an effort to demonstrate how some relatively small changes to the design could help address concerns for massing. Next slide. And this is just slightly the same view and direction, but just further south on Alderman Road. So that's the Lutheran church there on the right, sort of, you can see the image of it, and a few houses and then looking down Alderman towards the intersection in terms of scale and proportion. And you can see, obviously, there's a lot of mature trees and other vegetation that helps. Next slide. And this is, this photo simulation is coming up next, but I wanted to, again, hope it was helpful to show the orientation for where that photo simulation is being taken. So roughly where that yellow arrow is. Next slide. And then this is, again, the photo simulation. Obviously, it's just image taken from Google Street View, showing how the relation would look, or the massing and scale from the neighborhood.
Yeah, so this is was in response to our meeting with the Lewis Mountain neighborhood, and like the concerns about how this building, it's close to the neighborhood, not necessarily in it, but it is it's definitely, the building's a big change from the bank building that's there today. But I think what we're clearly trying to show clearly trying to show both from the photo simulation and then from a real Google Street View is, here's how this building would be could be seen from Alderman, again, one block, 1 to 1.5 blocks south of Ivy on Copley on Alderman here. So it's pretty well screened by the large trees that are there. We can go to the next slide.
Yeah. Yep, that was everything. Then some suggested questions we have. We're certainly happy to address more questions for you, and we're happy to go back to any of the slides and discuss any other matters. But these are some of the things that we had, we've identified that would be helpful to get some feedback from you about, about the use of the PUD zoning and the relationship to the draft CX8 zoning regulations, comments about the height and massing that's proposed, and friendly reminder about the fact that you'll see it again, the details, and have a role in the design review, and then any other comments or suggestions that you may have as we move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, can you start us off?
Yes. There may be some questions and there are some thoughts. I am very geeked to hear what Mr. Palmer has to say about this, especially as it relates to the Ivy corridor.
Sure.
And that will help me to understand my thinking a little better. But 10 stories seems to be quite massive, and I believe this area is slightly elevated above the corridor further to the east. So I think it's maybe 30 feet. There's about a 30-foot elevation going
You mean
west
compared, say, to where the
the data science building
data
is, for
science?
example. So
Okay.
that makes it even a little seem a little more loom. Okay, I'll let you do your thing.
I was just saying that's about right.
Okay. The other thing, and so I feel bad for poor little Moe's Barbecue. They're like right next to you, and they're looking there, or Foods of All Nations. So that's the mass of this high as the story is a little worrying. The other thing that's a little worrying is traffic, especially after a track meet or a baseball game or a basketball game. Especially those poor kids that are trying to get out there and get on the road, or trying to get into their units during a basketball game. So something to think about as relates to that, especially during basketball, baseball, track meets, and even football games. I'm certain you're going to get to it at some point, but I'd like to learn a little bit more about the affordable housing component. I think this is going to be needed to support a building of this size. And it may be through the housing fund, or it could be for the folks that you talked about, the people that work for UVA. UVA employees are in the area, and maybe you could make affordable housing units, 60% AMI available to them. So I'd be very interested in learning a little bit more about that. But I'm most interested in what Mr. Palmer's got to say about the Ivy Corner.
Mr. Rossi.
So I'm a little, the affordable housing component to me looks like this is a conflation in certain respects, where you indicate that you are going to be complying with 3412. However, the CX8, the height bonus is not, you're also sort of reaching for the height bonus, and 3412 does not provide the affordable housing units to justify the height bonus under CX8. So what are we really looking at here? If we're complying with the current, it would seem to me that if we're anticipating this, the bonus, there is no bonus height component in the current configuration, and it's sort of pitched at 80, not 60. So what are you really thinking about affordable housing right here? Because it seems like we're trying to import the current affordable housing ordinance to gain the benefit of the affordable housing height bonus in CX8. And, and I'm looking at what you lined up on in your chart, which really helped me clarify that, so.
Yeah. Obviously, we're very cognizant of such an important issue and working to follow along the existing discussions about affordable housing, and we're very interested to see the outcome of the product from the new evaluation that Mr. Freeze mentioned earlier today, a fresh look at the affordable housing recommendations. And I'm happy to let Steve and his team talk about it. We know this is an issue. They've developed housing like this around the country, including in places like the city of Minneapolis, which has a pretty robust and actually very effective affordable housing ordinance and program. So we're really looking to keep working through it and figure out what ultimately the new rules are and work to comply with them. We're hesitant to make commitments now, knowing that everything is not yet developed or decided, but we certainly understand that the existing ordinance requirements are probably not sufficient to support this use there.
Yeah, well, the reason I phrased it that way, and perhaps you can speak to this as well, is that 34, you say it's a definitive assertion, we will comply with 3412. Well, 3412 is still there, but it seems to be, you seem to be pitching the height bonus that would require roughly twice those number of units.
And some of that, again, knowing this is early in the process,
Right.
trying to get some feedback first, understand where things are headed. We'd hoped we might know a little bit better at this point of the process. We're happy to see that there's another evaluation going forward, so we're trying to keep looking at that.
Yeah, maybe this even goes back to the original question about why a PUD and what are PUDs used for? Like, we do PUDs a lot around the country in general, so there's nothing inherently, bad about it. Essentially, the best way to describe a PUD is like, the plan is the zoning. So we work on this
Right.
plan, we work on all the unique particulars, the massing, the density, all the parking, the architecture, all that's kind of wrapped in, and that becomes the zoning. So that's the beauty of a PUD, actually. And in this case, it's primarily here we're looking at using it because it's serving as a bridge between the current zoning, the URB, 80 feet, which has kind of a pretty deficient density associated with it relative to, say, the West Main zoning districts. When you get up to 10 stories in the West Main zoning districts, you're at 240 DU per acre. The good thing about looking at the PUD for this project is that, if we, because of the restraint or the density limits on URB, you'd have somebody say, oh, let's just do all 5-bedroom units. Well, that's just going to give you a real odd thing. It's really, in the new code, and I think the staff has done a great job in writing and laying out this new code, so it tends to be more of a form-based code as opposed to, a density-limited code. So the good things with the form-based is you get the building how you want it to look in an urban context. And like I said, I think the NX8, the CX8, a lot of those are all, and even the RXs are very well thought out. And so the PUD here is really a bridge between kind of what is and a new code that, you know, we're looking at, but it's not yet in place and we don't know when it's, so in order for us to even submit, we would say we'll submit under the PUD in contemplation of the CX-8. And then, you've got, understanding that you have the bonuses, we're prepared to, figure out which way to go, which way to go on the affordable, whether it's, doing it on site, which we've done in the past on other projects. So we're fully comfortable in doing that in both as it applies to student housing, where you have the students or the renter, the residents are eligible via a Pell Grant. So that's exactly the criteria that Minneapolis uses, or if it's income based. So, for instance, we also spoke with St. Anne's Belfield School, and they're like, hey, well, are there going to be units potentially available for our teachers? And the answer is a wholehearted, yes. So, that's the purpose of a project like this. Is it's when we're looking at 287 units, we have got 160 spaces in the parking garage. We're meant to be a pedestrian-oriented building, okay? We don't want people driving to where they need to get to. We want them mostly walking. Yeah, there's gonna be some people that have cars, but when you're in a location like this, where, a lot of the places where they have to go, whether it's to get to the university or get to the grocery store, a lot of things are very well self-contained at this node. And, I think that's obviously, staff and, in the comp plan rewrite, they just identify this site and this intersection as kind of a critical node. As is, I think, even the other site that just came before. So I think we just want to look at the PUD as really a bridge to the new thing. And so we're drafting this as, in contemplation of how do we look in concert with that. Was there another question?
So, well, I guess what my original question was, please confirm, as submitted now, you wish to provide 5% units over the over the FAR requirements of affordable housing at 80% or less that you assert you're going to comply with, but you are looking to have the equivalent height bonus density from from the 8 stories to 10, which is not how we are envisioning the additional height.
Under the new code.
Under the new code. So,
Yeah.
so the answer to the question, I guess, was yes, that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, the answer to the question is we actually met with the affordable,
Antoine and Mr. Akafuna.
So we're looking for clarification on 3412 because it's not necessarily even clear under the current ordinance what that is.
Well, I mean, I did, the term PUD doesn't appear anywhere in 3412 too, which doesn't simplify matters in trying to figure out what it's for either.
Well, it would get triggered by any rezoning.
Any rezoning,
with a
yes,
residential component
right.
triggers
So
that.
that would trigger
And
that,
there,
yeah.
we could, back compute an FAR and all that
Right.
stuff, but I
Okay.
think it's,
Yeah, I think.
It's a starting point.
Yeah,
So-
you've answered my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Bob?
Sure. I'll just echo what Commissioner Duranzio said. If you're using our new draft zoning, don't, just pick and choose what gives you the most value, but go with the essence of what we're trying to do, including the affordable housing aspect.
Okay.
I do like that there's, the idea of the project there, capping UVA and that proposed development that they have, I think is a good idea. But contrary to what Ms. Long said, I don't think it is really fitting in the within the sensitive context and location of that and how it ties into the UVA. I do have some concerns on the height at 10 stories. It's a little bit worrying. My concern is not the DUA, that could be as max as you can get it. But I think the scale of how that fits in to the to UVA's proposal and the context of Charlottesville, this is going to be the first building that big building you're seeing driving down the entrance corridor, and I think it needs to carry itself that way as the building coming into Charlottesville, driving down Ivy. And
here's that image. So you have the Data Science Center.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Data Science Center, and then you have the hotel, you got the existing parking garage, and you have the hotel and conference center here. in the foreground, and then the planned Karsh Center for Democracy. What's the large senior building?
It's University Village.
University Village, that's in the county, right?
Just over the line in the county. That's 6 stories up on a hill.
Yeah, and so the URB, the URB zoning in place is 80 feet, and then the CX8 is, the base zoning is 8 stories.
114.
114, I believe.
114.
I think, yeah, I'll leave that up to you on how to interpret that, or if you step back, or maybe it's a massing treatment, that could be part of the entrance review board. I think it can get there as a project. I just think it needs more work on that aspect. Commissioner Soliates brought up the point of continuing that lawn progression, and what it seems like this project does is it privatizes that into a pool on the 2nd floor where you get a luxury view from your pool looking down UVA's master planned lawn area. And I think if that was part of the public realm or extension of that, it would definitely fit better into this context. That's all I have. Thanks.
Ms. Russell?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I think Commissioner Habab's said it really well. I think we're looking at the affordability bonus as it's really a compromise between the residents and what we say we want, which is affordability. So if we're going to have 10 stories, it's got to be with some pretty significant benefits to the community. And I think certainly there need to be considerations of that streetscape and the massing on, everywhere. But, to be clear, we were talking, Commissioner Habab was talking about the entrance corridor coming in to the city. So it would just stick,
Meaning like
straight
from
up.
the west on Ivy
Sorry,
Road?
yeah,
Okay.
from the county.
From the
into
county
the
side.
city.
Okay, thank you.
I think. he was
Yes,
saying.
yeah, that's right, thanks.
When you said the bike storage, do you mean that's like a true retail, or is it some sort of trompe l'oeil, like,
Describe it.
I don't think I understood.
No, if we could go to the street view image along Copley. Essentially, it's a bike room, but you don't want the glass and look inside and see racks and racks of bike. It's essentially glass, and then, a couple feet behind it is a screening like this.
Almost like
So you
sort of a
see-
museum exhibit, maybe?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's like a museum, museum-y type exhibit where, that's only like a foot or two behind the glass. But, what I didn't want to do in here was just put block wall, against Copley Road. You wanted to give it at least a lit feel so that you've got lighting coming out of the storefront on what is not a, if you go around to the Ivy Road frontage, you've got cafe and you've got real retail and real activated spaces on Ivy, and then Ivy and Copley at the intersection. But, because we want this to be, accessible and usable, but then we also want it to be well lit. That's why we went with that treatment there.
Okay. I don't know, I'm skeptical of that, and I defer to my architect commissioners to see that through as it develops. I won't see it again, but I understand the intent.
Mr. Schwartz?
Well, I guess to start with what Commissioner Russell was getting at, I think I can sympathize, because, and I know you guys had talked about this before, it's hard to line a parking garage or line a whole building with active uses all the way around. I think in this one instance along Copley Road, where there is not going to ever be a continuous sidewalk anyways, this seems like an acceptable alternative than putting a retail spot there that's probably never going to be occupied, or at least not for a very long time. As for the affordability, I agree with the rest of the commissioners on that. You're going for a bonus. Try and stick to what we're trying to accomplish with our comp plan. Building height, I have no concern with it at this location. There's always going to be a first building, And then, you know, potentially we'll have taller buildings extending down along Ivy. And one thing I've realized with the taller buildings downtown is the first one sticks up and looks a little funny. You get a few more, it has a few friends, and it suddenly makes more sense. I mean, once we had the Code building, the Waterhouse started to make more sense downtown. And now everything kind of, it fits together a little bit better. So there's a growth that's gonna have to happen. It's far enough away from the Lewis Mountain neighborhood. I recognize that they're concerned about change and what it might be, but at the end of the day, I don't think it has any impact on them. The little nitpicky thing that is curious to me, and I think maybe our code rewrite team should probably take a look at, is how you're handling the your streetscape section with the overhang of the building. I'm not sure that was the intent of the streetscape regulations that we're putting in the new code, but it's interesting. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I actually think maybe it could be really nice the way you're doing it, and it does. You get the full sidewalk, but you also get more of your building mass out to your property line. So I understand that. It might be an example of where the 40-foot tree spacing might be too much. I've noted that a couple times, and that could just be me being weird about trees, but if these ones are going to be somewhat squished in there, maybe this would be a time where 30 feet might be a little bit better, something, you know, a little closer spacing for the trees. That's completely random, but I spotted it, and I don't know if anyone else noticed the overhang on the street section. And
We do have a slide that shows that, if you'd like us to go to that.
That is, I mean, that's perceptive, because that's kind of what that alternative plan that we were looking at, where, you know, you're picking up that you've got this, we had this overhang at 10 feet, and what both the architect and when we were just talking internally was, at Ivy and Copley, your most critical, you know, walkway, pedestrian, throughway there, it can feel heavy if it's at 10 feet up on a building like that. So that's why that next iteration, if we could go.
Oh, so you got rid of this?
Forward, if you go forward a couple slides, let me, you can see. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, keep going. There's a greenway, yeah.
So you've lifted it another story, is that what you're?
Sorry.
Sorry.
So, yeah,
There we go.
there you go, so you can see, back to, yeah, there. So
One more.
we made that 2 stories and lifted that so that it's not sitting there over your head at 10 feet.
And I guess my point is, if that seems okay in this case, is that something that we should consider in the zoning rewrite? You provided an interesting example to us, and I'm kind of asking the rest of the commission if that's something that should be a one-off, or if that's something that maybe we want to anticipate.
I think in the corridors where it would make sense, where you have retail space like that, already have probably 0-foot front setbacks beyond the greenscape anyway, and you can't overhang over the right of way, so would it make a difference?
We can get into it, I'm not sure.
We don't need to get into it now, but it was kind of a.
I mean,
I'm not sure that this would not be allowed, for the reasons that.
I guess in the
Okay.
cases where it's not the right of way and it's a sidewalk easement thing, but then it probably would be allowed.
Yeah, I think we can do it in the easement condition.
In this specific case, this storefront, I think is set back more than allowed under the new ordinance. So, you know, again, but to get a respectable distance from the curb to the face of the building, have there be enough for a good planter, have there be enough for a good, the cross sections in here, a good sized walkway, and then have that, you know, cafe, a couple, you know, two-seater tables along the glass. To get that, you know, I think this does have to be in excess of it, but then, like you're saying, we didn't want that overhang kind of sitting at, you know, 12, 14 feet above. We wanted to take that up to about 20 feet so that,
Less cavernous.
yeah,
Yeah.
less cavernous.
I mean, it makes sense.
You don't want
Makes
an
sense.
arcade feel,
Yeah.
you know, in there, so.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, on that point, I do like the overhang. I like the 2-story one, especially. I like that there will be outdoor cafe tables. I feel like you could maybe consider wrapping them around to the Copley side, maybe at least at the corner. Could fit. I don't know. what everyone else said, affordable housing, I think you had previously represented to us that you were going to substantially comply with the new ordinance, and we anticipated that that would include affordable housing. In fact, I think we talked about it. Like, let's be honest, 3412 is vestigial. It only applies on discretionary decisions, and council has indicated for years now that they will not approve anything with simply that. And for 3 years now, we've had the authority to do more. It's just been wrapped up into this broader zoning overhaul, and so it's still pending. I actually kind of disagree with Mr. Habab here. I think 10 stories is pretty appropriate for this location. I can think of very few better locations for it. To the north, where shadows would go, you have the railroad and a bunch of practice facilities. You have a significant grade drop from the adjacent neighborhood. I'm just going to briefly quote from UVA's Ivy corridor plan, which I think put it really well. Given the surrounding commercial context, along with the great exposure at Ivy and Copley Roads, the western corner of the Ivy corridor has the potential for transformative change from a low-density suburban condition to a vibrant street edge and threshold to the university. The frontage of this corner provides the opportunity for possible retail to support athletic facilities in the Lewis Mountain. I think this proposal is very much in line with that, of transforming this like suburban strip mall corridor, which is very much not human scale, into a pedestrian serving corridor that works well, and it will overshadow Moe's, but I suspect since UVA has bought it, Moe's will not be there for that much longer. Hopefully they come back. Hopefully Foods of All Nations comes back, but I'm sure they're scheming up plans for what to do with the rest of that corridor, at least eventually. Well, they will. But I think you do need to think about it as that, entrance, that threshold to the university, and it will be one of the first things. I mean, that's the road almost everyone drives into town on when they first come to UVA or visit or whatever. So you got to make it look good, cornices maybe, but I think it's a pretty appropriate place to put quite a lot of student housing. And I think, Lewis Mountain can't have it both ways. They complained quite loudly at the idea of medium intensity in their neighborhood and said, don't put the stuff in our neighborhood and put it on, this decrepit like strip mall areas instead. Isn't there plenty of room there? And now they're saying, well, not that just decrepit strip mall area, that is too close to our neighborhood. Put it a mile to the north. And, I just don't think that is a reasonable objection. I think this will draw many students out of houses that would be suitable for non-students. I think many students would love to live in this area. Don't totally agree this is a better location than the other one, but I definitely did not mean you should add more parking because of that.
Different.
You'll get the data science nerds. Last thing I'd say, I would ask you, similar to the other one, pay a little bit of attention if you can to the streetscape, the actual streetscape. We recently had a pedestrian with a bike die at this very intersection. You have a pretty wide bike lane and what looks like really wide vehicle lanes. If you can add some protection to those, even just for the stretch of your lot, or ideally further, but I think that would add a lot, and potentially measures to make the intersection itself safer. I think that will do a lot to serve the future residents of this building, who I anticipate will take you up on all that bike and scooter space.
Do you know what's the max height under CX5 adjacent to? Because CX5 flanks this under the new code.
It's 5 stories.
And then with bonus.
But
7 with bonus.
7 with bonus.
And UVA owns all those parcels, and they're not subject to it. Sorry.
I just want to give like an adjacency context for what future buildings could look like.
Well, the foundation.
East and west.
They're absolutely subjected to zoning. They're absolutely subjected to zoning.
Mr. Palmer.
If they're owned by the foundation.
True. Mr. Palmer, please.
Sorry. Oh gosh. Well, I think I've, there's a lot of good comments so far, and really hit on a lot of, you know, the things that are up for discussion. Affordability is huge here, that discussion. The height, sounds like there's, you know, some people for, some people think it might be too high. In terms of our Ivy corridor, or Ivy master plan, I mean, if you just boil it down to kind of a general massing, you're looking at lower 4-story buildings or so along Ivy Road, and then on the back of the site, you know, a little more, allowing for a little more height. I think the hotel's like 7 or 8, maybe 9 at the highest, but I think it's 8. That's what it comes out to. Stories, maybe 7. So, I mean, from that standpoint, if you think about that form, you know, this doesn't really fit that form. I mean, that was kind of your question, Commissioner Mitchell. I think you consider maybe like lower along Ivy Road, allow for some of that height in the back, but, you know, this isn't Ivy corridor development. This is a privately owned parcel governed by city zoning rules. So I readily acknowledge that. So again, you know, where we might think of like a more generous setback from Ivy Road, this seems to want to come, they seem to want to bring it closer to Ivy Road. And when I looked at the street section, I kind of felt like maybe it was a little tight for the 5 feet for tree plantings. You know, maybe depending on who you talk to, might feel a little tight, so maybe a little more generous there. And then the seating area seemed kind of tight. You know, you might have like 2 chairs. So, but that gets into like, well, what are we going for with the setbacks and all that in terms of the city zoning rules? Can you even make that more generous? Anyway, but I like the idea of retail there. I think whatever Commissioner Solzenberg just read out of the Ivy Quarter Master Plan really, you know, makes sense. It's a vibrant corner. The sidewalk on Copley, I think, I understand you want that to access the parking and the bikes and the scooters. I think what we need to be careful of there is beyond that, there's nowhere to go, obviously, and you don't want people walking around that corner and then thinking, oh, I need to get to the other side, and then trying to dart across Copley.
You mean on the bridge there,
Yeah,
over the
or
bridge
near
over the railroad?
Right.
There's only sidewalk on the east side of Copley,
Exactly.
so the intent is just for that sidewalk on our side, just to be, you know, service bikes and then getting
Right.
down to the intersection
And
and then crossing.
And it's good in that sense that it's kind of pulled away from the road, but at some point, a person might find themselves up there and
Yeah.
try to dart across
Well, I
the
think
road. So,
the
you know,
university plan is great, you know, you've got a strong, you know, you've got the road, but then you've got bike lane, and then you've got a real strong pedestrian connection running out
Yeah.
there, so I think that's
And
great.
you'll have that wider sidewalk too,
Yeah.
which
Do
is
you know how tall the Karsh Institute is planned?
I wanna say 60, I mean, it's 4
Feet?
stories, I think, yeah, with the, you know, with an appurtenance, but I don't know the exact height on those. But they're generally, yeah, 4 stories or so. So I guess I had, you know, in terms of the parking, it does seem like, you know, it's a lot fewer parking spaces than what we just looked at. And some of those are retail, right? So
Some of them are.
what are you guys thinking in terms of the numbers for actual residential parking?
So this would be, I think there's, in the plan there's around 162 parking spaces. I think we had allotted 8 to 10 or 12 for the retail.
Oh, exactly.
About 10,
So we'd be
okay.
we'd be around 24% parked per resident. And
Okay.
then you add on the Envoy car share
So were
on top of
those,
that.
the Envoy thing, were those like double stack?
No, it's not a double stack, it's essentially, it's a resident car share, so it's like Zipcar, except it's dedicated to residents in the building. And so it's, you know, understanding that, you know, for, it's kind of like
Yeah, that makes.
getting people to accept it as like, you know, it's generational, it's like, some people, it's like ask them to share a toothbrush, not, but this, I think that the younger generation that.
There were
Yeah, that
tandem
makes
spots though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They were tandem, twice double
Yeah.
length spots.
Yeah, correct.
to
We don't
park
have,
back
we're
there.
not doing that with tandem, so that's not the intent. This is just, you know, these are, essentially, it's a spot that says, you know, resident car share, and then it's got the hookups for
And it's-
whether it's
it's
an
an
EV.
app-based
It's an app-based, so you basically
reservation
just
system.
plug in your license, plug in, you know, insurance is covered, and it's just paid by the, you know, paid by the, I think every 10 minutes, so.
I mean, just one quick comment on parking is, you know, there's not a lot of, there's virtually no on-street parking in the vicinity, so if you think about people needing to park there that aren't allowed or able to park in that garage. You just wanna be cognizant of that, and that the surrounding businesses might have some, you know, is there gonna be like an enforcement issue with, you know, people that aren't visiting the businesses, but parking there. Kind of like Barracks Road has to deal with that on game days and stuff, I think, and I don't think become an issue. Beyond that, yeah, those are like the main comments. Obviously, we're worried about Mo's.
So what is the UVA thinking about doing with Mo's and Foods? The UVA, what that, Rory?
The UVA Foundation.
Foundation, yeah, what do you think
purchased
about
it,
doing with that?
And it's operating under the inherited leases, and they continue to operate it as a commercial property.
So no development vision today?
No.
Okay.
And we don't even have, you know, we've master planned up to Copley for the Ivy Corridor. The Karsh Institute is the most recently approved building, and that's in our capital plan, and will be constructed. Past there, there's nothing in the immediate plans. Yeah. So, that's the best I can say now, you know. Like, something like Karsh just kind of came about. We had this master plan, and then there was this idea for an Institute of Democracy, and that kind of created the impetus for building, and those things can happen, but past Copley, there's no.
So the CX5 is, you know, 5 stories, 72 feet height, and then the 7 floors up to 100 foot with the bonus under the CX5. And then I think the Karsh shows 6 levels in the latest plan. I looked at, just looked to double check.
I think it's, I don't think it's 6. It sits, see, what happens on Ivy is it raises up, so it actually sits kind of at a, kind of like your building would too, you would sit a little
Okay.
higher. But as you go up west on Ivy, everything kind of jumps up a little bit versus the Emmett-Ivy intersection, so. But yeah, I mean, those are my main comments. Obviously, it's a great place for student housing. They want to live there, they got plenty of services right there, so.
Great,
Thank you. I think excellent conversation so far. Since this is a PUD, I believe there's open space restrictions. How is that being handled?
I don't have the specifics in front of me, but I believe we calculated that we meet it. The application meets the requirements for open space.
Where, how?
Basically on the,
On that second floor.
it doesn't have to be, so on the second floor and then on
Yeah.
the rooftop. So
Yeah.
there's enough, there's sufficient open space, you know, essentially it's for use of the residents, so it's not, you know, understanding typical, a suburban PUD is like, okay, what's your open space for, you know, park and that type of thing, so.
Yeah.
Think that helps
Yes.
understand. Did you get what you need? Do you have any, are you where you need to be?
I think so.
Any
Is
additional
anything
comments or
on the-
questions?
Yeah, that question reminded me, why is the roof deck so small with like that weird pathway? What are you doing with the rest of the roof?
You have mechanical on the
On
roof.
all of it, just like all the AC units?
Yeah, the AC units. We didn't, you know, we felt it was sized enough for, you know, takes up that whole wing. You know, we want like a landscape barrier around the perimeter, and then kind of, you know, glass and parts, so you've got kind of good, you know, good views, i.e. kind of looking down the nice corridor, you know, created coming down the Ivy Road plan, so.
So no room for like stormwater catchment up there, or maybe
Well,
solar panels above the
Want me
AC
to-
units, or?
If
We
we
do
go
have a
back
stormwater vault under the, you know, under the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go back to the, like a bird's eye view. Would that help? It was probably early in the slide deck.
Well, the weird thing
Yeah.
about it is you come up on it
Right
way
there.
over there, and then you have to walk
I
across.
think there's the elevator's right in the middle, that's like the.
Right
Yeah.
there,
There you go.
yeah.
There's the elevator.
Well, and then what's that?
So it's pretty sizable.
That's just there is another stairwell next to it.
That's
And
a
your
good way to get
question,
to it.
Ms. Strolzberg, was why couldn't the terrace be, or the deck be larger?
Do something with the rest of the roof, I don't know.
And that's because
can.
there's mechanical equipment there? or-
Yeah, I mean, there's mechanical equipment.
Okay.
It'd be,
I mean, I don't
that'd be a
particularly
really
care.
big deck. That'd
It's
be a
up to
really
you.
large roof deck.
Yeah, you may have to do more with like.
You put a soccer field up there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Heliport.
I don't know if you heard that, occupancy loads is another factor to
So a
consider.
roof has an assembly use, so it's, you know, you divide the area by like 15 to get your, you know, so you're limited by your stairs, one stair there as to what you can do. So you couldn't cover the whole roof, and, you know, you'd have like, if you cover the whole roof, you'd have like an occupancy of like 2,000 people.
Yep.
So that's a good reason.
Parachutes? But, I mean, yeah, if you have spare room, I mean,
Free
something like a
release.
green roof area, solar panels,
Yeah.
no soccer fields, I guess.
Mr. Habab, then Mr. Palmer.
I was
Oh, yeah,
22 people.
you know, seeing this just reminded me of another thing I wanted to ask about that loading dock.
Oh, okay.
Is that gonna be like a condition where you go in forwards and then are backing out on Ivy Road?
There's a turnaround space, isn't there?
Or is there room in there? It was kinda hard to tell from the plan if there was room to turn around.
The next slide shows it in a little more detail.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the intent is to be able to, you know, essentially, you know, back in, and then for garbage collection would be, you know, here's the trash room, and then you'd roll dumpsters out as the, you know, garbage truck would pull up and do that. We've looked at actually moving that maintenance room so that, and then putting something on the back of this so that you could have pull through if needed. But the loading generally aren't really used very much, especially with as light of a, with as, you know, the service for this light of retail, you know, we're not talking heavy docks, you're not talking heavy users. This is just very like stuff getting rolled in on carts out of a van.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that kind of service.
So it's not a
My
tractor
thinking was
trailer.
more of the service of like Amazon, you know, if you've got this many units, that's like
Yeah.
6 or 10 packages a day.
Yeah, so you know, the Amazon, we've got basically mailroom, and then we have package, and then, you know, essentially Amazon, you know, can pull in, you know, pull into the garage, and then they unload, and they can just unload in the package room there. And then at the door, we generally then will put beacons on the outside for, you know, for reducing pedestrian conflict.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the bike lane right there too.
Yeah.
Given what we just heard about.
What happened to all the Ferraris in the renders?
I told him to get rid of it. I go, who do you guys think this is? I had to tell the architect.
Yeah,
One,
he literally said, please take the Ferraris out.
Yeah.
We're impressed you noticed them, but you weren't supposed to.
One thing, you know, and then originally we had the garage door out here, where I got the laser pointer, so we pushed the garage door in so you have sufficient queuing distance coming into the building. So you know, you've got a garage door that we've pushed, and we can actually push it another 5-10 feet. But that gives enough queuing length just for that.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that there was a door there, because I thought there'd be a gate for the residential parking, but the other parking
We'll
might be
do-
just kind of open, you know, to prevent any
Would there be
issues at
a
all.
door that goes down, or just after hours?
I think we would have a door that goes down after hours here, you know, just because but the retail, yes, this would be open during retail hours, and then we have a normal gate here that's for resident access only. So whether I put that gate, you know, somewhere in here, or if I put it here is kind of up for debate. But here's there's that stormwater vault that I was referring to under the ramp for that question.
Anything else on this item? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the good feedback and discussion. We truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion at this time.
I have one.
Please state that motion.
So, I move that we adjourn and in hopes of getting a second from Commissioner Russell that she can mend as her pleas so that her last meeting, she can have the absolute last word.
Second.
All in favor? Can I see some hands up? I see hands. Thank you all. Good night. Ms. Russell, you will be missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.